I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is. But it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting. And I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. What a good day is. What a good day.
All right, y'all know what to do. It is that time. We are back in the building. Happy Monday to everybody that's in here. Hopefully y'all are doing well. It's good to see everybody in the chat. Y'all drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. Let's go. We should be in here. I see some 1s in the chat. Let's see how we're looking. Ooh, looking all crispy and clean on the screen. I think we're good. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another episode of the Music Morning Show and another YouTube live stream. I'm your host, ClassE Beats at ClassEbeats.com. Today, we are getting into the closing arguments for the YSL trial. I cannot believe we made it here after so many months. It's going to be a crazy day. And court is actually already in session, so I'm not going to waste any time. We're going to get into it here shortly. But I got to say what's up to the people. Shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy up in here. So awesome, so amazing. Good morning, Amy. Thank you for being here and always showing so much love and support. JB's in the building. Good morning. My guy Les Cleaver already dropping the super chat, says starting the week off right with a smile and prayers for you all. Appreciate you, man. May you all be blessed in all that you do. Thank you, Les Cleaver. Thank you for the super chat. We've got is it Gigi Lynn is in here? Leona. We've got Asia's back in here. Good to see you. Salute and thank you for your service to my guy John. Thanks for being here. Always good to see you, John. Satin's in here. Anton, Gerald, Luis, Krista. We've got Derek in here. James Rittenberg. Diane's in the building. Good morning. Good afternoon from the UK. Sandra Meeks, Debbie, Valencia. Good morning, Debbie. Again, we got who else did I miss? We've got Rosie is in here. Shout out to Rosie. Tasha J, or Tisha J, excuse me, Tisha. Joyce, Lauren Robinson's in the building. Dennis, Under Oath, good to see you. Shout out to Under Oath. Real Talk is in here. And I'm going to say good morning to a couple of y'all as we get into it. I'm not going to waste any time. As I mentioned, court is already in session, so we're going to go ahead and get right into it. If y'all could just do me one favor, it looks like you guys are doing so good already. Can you like the video on your way in? Not only is it free, not only does it help the channel continue to grow, but it does let the YouTube algorithm know that y'all are having a good time here and enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel with more people. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Judge Whitaker is not wasting any time. She was in here early. I'm so proud of her. Here we go. Let me go ahead and skip ahead and long crying. And we're not going to be on delay game today just because there shouldn't be much delay, to be honest. But I probably shouldn't jinx myself because, you know, this is Fulton County. There we go.
All right, has everybody seen what hopefully is the final draft of the jury instructions and the proposed verdict forms? Anybody have any comments, concerns?
Stay to see them. Your Honor, we don't have any comments that we haven't already discussed at verdict form. Gives the jury adequate space to fill in the.
Thank you. Ms. Weinstein?
Could I just double check one last
Sure.
thing, just to make sure that my memory is accurate?
Your Honor, there's been so many versions, we were just trying to make sure that the unanimous, the fact that the jurors had to find unanimously that an overact, the same overact was committed. That was in previous versions, but we didn't see it in the newer versions.
Of which?
I'm sorry, are we just talking about the verdict form right now?
No, I mean,
Jury
both.
charges.
They are, let's check.
On the verdict form, it's on page 1, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm double checking the charges.
Okay,
I mean, the charges.
that's fine.
Volume's low. I got you.
The version you should be looking at is the one that says November 24th jury charges.
In Your Honor, I don't see the unanimity language regarding the overt act in the November 24th jury charges document anymore. I believe it was there in earlier versions, but it seems to have been eliminated in this version. Unless I'm overlooking it.
I don't know. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Page 17 of 30, once it's pulled up, Your Honor.
All right, are you talking about where I give the definition of overt act?
I don't see it there, Your Honor.
I mean, is that where you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it was never there. I'm looking at the prior version, and it's
Let me see if I-
exactly the same. Nothing changed.
Let me
on
see if I
that
can
part.
find where that was in there somewhere. It's certainly in the actual verdict
Sultan's over
form,
there wearing that red.
but I
Where's Ms.
believe they
Love
need
at?
to be
Get her.
instructed on that as well. And
I'm pretty sure they are. If you go down to where the verdict instruction is on page 27. Your verdict as to each count must be unanimous. That means you must be unanimous in your determination that the state has proven every element of that count as defined and listed above beyond a reasonable doubt. And then skip down 2 paragraphs. On the overt act element, you must be unanimous that a conspirator committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017, to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy, and you would note on your verdict form that and any other overt acts committed in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy to which all 12 of you unanimously agree.
But shouldn't that read that you must be unanimous that unanimous in the overt act that you find? Something to that effect. It needs to be wordsmithed a little more, but the overt act itself has to be unanimous by the jury,
It would
correct?
only show up on the verdict form if they all 12 unanimously agreed to it.
But is there a conflict between the jury charge and the verdict form
So
if the charge doesn't?
If they don't, anything that they don't find unanimously as to an overt act, they're not going to list on the verdict form. And if they don't list on the verdict form at least one overt act after May 10th, 2017, then they won't have satisfied or they won't have found what is required in order for the guilty verdict.
I'm not concerned about the verdict form, and if I agree with the court, I'm just a little concerned that this language that you point out in this paragraph, the one that begins "and on the overt act element," it seems to state that they have to be unanimous that they committed an overt act, but it doesn't say that they have to be unanimous that the conspirator committed the same overt act.
I mean, it actually says more now than it did before. Before it said you must also be unanimous that at least one overt act was committed after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. You should note on your verdict form any overt acts in further of the conspiracy to which all 12 of you unanimously agree.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I'm only speaking for myself. I don't know Mr. Sharp's position on that. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
okay.
Yep. Figure it out. Get it together.
All right. So then everybody's satisfied with both the jury instructions as they now read and the verdict forms. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Here we go. We're about to get into it.
All right. So we
Tim Roberts says,
have
"Is Love
still
doing the
not
closing?" God, I hope
decided
not.
where within the
I can only
jury
hope.
instructions I'm going to define the overt acts that would be crimes that aren't also substantive counts. There are two options. Both of them are highlighted in that November 24th jury charge of places where I could do that. Does anybody have any preference? If not, I'll just pick the one I think makes most sense.
They're all wearing red. That's, yo, isn't this gang activity? Hold on now. This is gang activity. Why are they all wearing red? What? This is nasty. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Now we see it. I think we all see it now. They're all Bloods.
At the end, so once you've gone through count 1 and all the other counts, then defining them at.
And Miss Love is there. Dear God, please don't let her do closing. Red and black. Nasty work.
I'm going to leave it to the court's discretion on wherever the court thinks it's best to include them, Your Honor.
Blood in, blood out. Oh, God.
So the two choices right now are top of page 26 or bottom of page 28. Both of those would come after the substantive crimes have already been explained. If nobody has any preference, as long as they're after the substantive count crimes, then I'll just.
Asia said they're just
pick one of those.
Republicans. Okay.
Your Honor, I think they probably fit best on page 26, but it does not make a big difference.
I kind of think so too. All right.
Have a
That's
seat,
where I'll
Mr.
put
Floyd.
them
This
if
does have
nobody
nothing to do with you.
Otherwise has any preference. Okay. And is everybody in agreement as to what those crimes or would-be crimes are? Have we? Look, Ms. Pursfield, wasn't there a list that everybody had generated? Didn't we review a list
Mr. John
of
Floyd
the
over
overt
there.
acts that are
This is
that
not your
would be
fight, Mr.
crimes
Floyd.
that aren't otherwise substantive counts that are still in the indictment? I think on Thursday, the side still needed to finalize whether a few of the overt acts had evidence presented on them or not. So do we have the final list?
Yes, Your Honor, I sent over to the court the redacted indictment, which should cover all of the overt acts that have been excluded.
Okay.
Not excluded, but we did not present evidence on.
And Your Honor, we didn't receive that redacted
morning
indictment
again.
until 7 or 7:30 this morning, whatever time it was.
Your Honor,
And
that's-
I have,
Shocker.
He's talking.
I'm sorry, I haven't had time to review that redacted indictment yet.
Okay.
And I just want to say, Mr. Atkins did send that to defense counsel over the weekend for review. And so when we did not hear anything back, that's when we submitted it to the court.
All right. So it's the same version that.
Okay. I didn't realize it was the same version that had been previously presented to
All right.
us.
So that looks good to everybody. That looks accurate to everybody.
It looks accurate to me, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Short, yes? Okay. All right.
All right, let's see. I want to see what y'all think. Who's gonna?
Ms. Pursfield says Act 3 is still highlighted, even on the redacted indictment, as something that, I'm not sure why it's still highlighted. Is that something y'all needed to revisit, or did you just forget to take out the highlighting?
That is an act that is in, Your Honor. We just need to remove the highlight.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I want to see who y'all think's gonna give.
Okay. We'll just recess in place till we get all the jurors.
Who do y'all think is going to give closing statements for the defense? Miss Love, Miss Hilton, Adam Abadi, or Judge Glanville? The recused judge, as they like to call him. And we're going to have a little bit of a recess here. I guess we did need some delay today. And I'm going to read some super chats here in a second. We can't hear. We don't know what Max is saying. What's Max asking about? There we go.
All righty.
Okay, so we came back for no reason. What are y'all saying so far? So far, y'all are saying it's Miss Love. Oh my God. Say it ain't so. Oh God, I hope not. Let me read some of these super chats, man. Thank you to the people. Les Cleaver in here with the 5-bomb. Okay, I got that one earlier. And then shout out to Asia. She says, I dislocated my knee and I've been in physical therapy. Oh man. I hope you have a speedy recovery there, Asia. She said, so I missed a few days on here. Has Max been cooking? Yeah, he cooked Detective Big Burrito. We can call her Big Burrito over here, and it's okay. During his last cross-examination and recross, Absolutely masterful work. He brought up the third car again. We actually, if y'all haven't checked out Amy's channel, make sure you go subscribe to her channel. She posted the video from the rest of the trial that day when Max was asking Detective Investigator Super Stalker Viverito about the third car. So if y'all haven't seen that yet, go make sure you check out and subscribe to Amy's channel. And we reviewed it here on this channel as well. Good morning to everybody who's in here too. What do y'all think is going to happen today? That's the next question I'll ask once we see what y'all are saying about who's going to give closing statements. Some of y'all said Judge Glanville. That's wild. Can y'all imagine Judge Glanville? Oh, I should have put Fannie Willis in there. Ooh. Y'all think Fanny's in the courtroom today, or is she still on vacation? You mean Big Burrito? Yeah, shout out to Big Burrito. John says, I was at Disney World last week and that was fun, but I forgot how much fun this is. I appreciate you being here, John. Who else we got? We've got Nicole in here says, whose idea was it to wear red? Seems like something Love would pull out of her behind. It's weird to see them all wearing red up in there. When you're giving closing arguments, if you look at color psychology, red is probably not the best color to wear. I don't know whose idea that was. I mean, have y'all looked at like color psychology and color wheels and what colors mean? Red was probably not the best choice for closing arguments. Let me see if I can find this for y'all. And everyone's saying good morning. Amber's in here. Shout out to Amber. Good morning. So red, it can symbolize. So the positive things it can symbolize is, I mean, look at this. What were they thinking? And this one isn't, this is just one that I've seen. The first one that popped up, but it's pretty good. Okay. Love, excitement, warmth, romance, passion, speed, luck, or rage, blood, and aggression. Why would they wear red? I mean, if anything, they should have went with green. Growth, prosperity, health, hope, luck, life. And then the negatives are envy, poison, or corruption. I don't know who picked it. I don't know whose idea it was for them to wear red, but yeah, it's not a great look. Oh, look at Amy over here gifting 5 memberships. Shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy. If you got one of those memberships from Amy, please make sure you say thank you and shout out to Amy for gifting those memberships. Thank you for all that you do here. Blood in, blood out. Yeah, that's what y'all are saying. It makes sense. It all makes sense now. The reason they're wearing all that red is because the Bloods are what are the gang that are behind this entire trial. So it's a whole conspiracy up in here. My goodness, man. Wow. Belfast B-Max says, can you imagine Fanny busting up in there wearing red? Yeah, the last time we saw her, she was wearing red or pink or something. Derek says the state is going to make an example of them. Red just isn't some people's color. Love is one of them. Ow, shot. Goodness. Blue or neutral would probably be a better color. Yeah, whose idea was this to wear red? What else does, I want to find a deeper meaning behind these colors, because that's kind of crazy to me. What else do we have for red? Aggressiveness, passion, strength, powerful, assertive, vitality, fear, speed, danger. Okay, what about blue? Authority, nautical, dignity, security, confident, classic, stability, trust. I would have went with blue, but I don't know. I mean, to all the lawyers that are in, excuse me, in the chat, I know we've got a few of y'all in here. I mean, dude, is this something that they talk about in law school? I know they talk about etiquette in the courtroom, but is this even something that they go over? Or are we overthinking it? I don't know. Wearing red during closing just seems insane to me. Let me skip ahead here and see if they're back yet. Oh man, Alicia says, look like a team building exercise gone wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe red was the only color everyone had and they were too lazy to get anything else. But why red though? Out of all the colors. Valencia says, I hope Max bring that up in closing about the red outfits gang related. That would be hilarious. Judge Whitaker might kick him out of there for that though. Shout out to Robbie. Says, yeah, it's a sinner's plan to take the last two guys out for murder that the state couldn't prove. Coco says it's tacky. Yeah, John says it's not wearing red. It's the whole teenage vibe of wearing red together. Whose idea was this? Y'all tell me in the chat whose idea do you think this was? Who said, "Oh, let's all wear red, girls"? Terrible. Amy said perhaps they wanted to be red because they know Trump is about to take office and they want to try and look like they're on the winning team. Oh, shout out to Amy.
Shart.
Yeah.
Anybody know where Mr. Shart is?
Y'all said it was Miss Love. Love's idea. Paging Max Sharp to the courtroom. He's probably over there on X. Somebody at him on X and be like, Judge Whitaker's looking for you. It probably worked. It was a really dumb idea, Sue. Like, who told them to wear red? I swear the state is trying to throw this case.
So apparently he's potentially upstairs to grab a podium.
Y'all are saying it was Miss Love. This has to be Love. Definitely Love's idea. Miss Love's idea. It was a dumb idea, so it's probably Love's idea.
Any luck?
Love, definitely Love, because she knows she's going to lose bad grades written in red. Oh.
Okay.
So he's working on that.
All right. So I spoke with our
At least
court
it's not yellow
administrator,
again.
who is also putting out an APB for any possible lectern that could be used. So, and also I think we
got it
have
with
an
the drip
issue with
again
one of the
today, too.
screens. So that is getting worked on. I don't exactly know what the issue is. And then it seems that
Trying
we
to get a
might
hung
need
jury?
an overflow courtroom today. And so that's getting set up in 5D, which is right next door. So if somebody can make sure, and I'm sure y'all have already done this, but that the people that are outside know to send anybody over to 5D once we're filled up in here.
You're on 5D or 1D?
I don't mean 5D. I'm sorry, y'all. 5D is not right next door, is it? 1D. 5D is my courtroom, but I haven't been there since July.
Your Honor, one other just
If you need to go ahead
Purple
and
might have been a good color.
fix whatever the issue is, go ahead.
one other logistical matter, Your Honor. Would there be any objection from the court if, when I'm delivering my closing remarks, Mr. Kokomo's going to be displaying certain things on the screen? Would it be okay if he sits in the,
That's fine.
in the witness chair? So
Sure, that's fine. And while we have all kind of outside of the presence of the jury gone through the me asking whether the defense is going to present evidence and y'all saying no, we haven't done that in front of the jury. So when the jury does come out, I'll just say, you know, as you recall, the state rested on Thursday, and I'll ask each of you if you have evidence to present on behalf of your client. And I assume y'all will still say no. If not, then it'll be very different today than I expected it to be. But assuming you both say no, then I'll just say, all right, closings are up next. Okay.
Tessa said, I could just picture it. Girl, what you wearing for closing statements? I think we should wear red. You have a red blazer? Yeah. Okay, y'all. Wear y'all, and I'm gonna wear mine. We gonna be on fire. Yeah, that's a no. That is a no. That's hilarious. Red out of all colors. That's wild. Okay, so we're back waiting for the jury, I guess. Let me see what y'all are saying. I also want to know, so it looks like most of you think it's going to be Miss Love for real. Come on now. Are y'all saying that just to get a reaction out of me? I can't. I mean, it did start with Miss Love. Y'all want to see? Let me give you an idea of what it's going to look like if we get Miss Love for closing arguments. Y'all ready? Because you know words are powerful. And if y'all keep voting Miss Love, it might actually happen. And I don't know if we can handle this. Oh, man. I should have posted it this earlier this morning, but oh my gosh. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see here. Oh God. Here we go. Have y'all seen this? I know a lot of you haven't seen this, so this is what you're looking at to get this.
Now, this is the law of the jungle. As old and as true as the sky.
I can't even take this seriously. Oh my God. All right. No, Puerto Rican Gloria, we're gonna get into it. Hold on. This is what y'all voted for. This is what y'all are saying is gonna happen. I can't even take this seriously. Oh my God. This is what's gonna happen if we get Miss Love for closing statement.
Now, this is the law of the jungle. As old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper. But the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law running forward and back.
Oh, God.
For the strength of the pack is the wolf. And the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Is this what y'all want? Oh my God. Hey, listen. Hey, Fitz says, a wolf doesn't even live in the jungle. Yo, what is she talking about? No, y'all are gonna deal with it now. This is what you're asking.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient. Thank you so much for being honest during this very lengthy process that preceded this point here today during the voir dire process. I appreciate you all being here, exercising your civic duty, and honoring your obligation to pay close attention to what's going on in this courtroom for the next several, however many weeks. Some people like to say that opening statements are a roadmap to what the trial will show. Instead, I'm going to give you an overview, a bird's eye view, because you're going to be sitting here with evidence for the next several weeks at least. And you will be able to see what that evidence is. Nothing that I say to you during this part of the trial, and nothing any other attorney says to you during this part of the trial is evidence. But I can tell you what I expect the evidence to show. And what I expect the evidence to show in this case is that YSL,
Get all of it.
the group made up of the defendants sitting before you today,
What did TLA say? I'm gonna put the whole thing in your mouth. No, Sorry, Miss Pineapple. Y'all get it. How 61% of y'all said we about to get Miss Love. So you're gonna watch this and you're gonna like it.
along with other both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators, YSL operated as a pack. The quote that I read to you earlier is from one of my favorite books as a kid, The Jungle Book. In case anybody recognized it, those were Rudyard Kipling's words and not mine.
Look at Judge Glanville. Judge Glanville said, "Oh, True Blue, no, you can't leave now." True Blue said, "I'm out of here. Don't you do it." And they're just moving the podiums around in court right now. So we'll have a little bit of torture before we get
And then
into
when
it.
you want to use it, you just turn it the way you want it.
True Blue, don't you go anywhere. Don't you do it. We're just waiting. So I'm gonna subject y'all to a little bit of torture. Don't you? You sit down, True Blue. Don't do it. Italian said gurgling a tree trunk. Hey, yo. Listen, it'd be like that sometimes. All right, we're still waiting, so we gotta go back to Miss Love. Torture time.
But they are appropriate for where we are today. For 10 years and counting, the group calling itself Young Slime Life dominated the Cleveland Avenue community of Fulton County. They created a crater in the middle of Fulton County's Cleveland Avenue community that sucked in the youth, the innocence, and even the lives of some of its youngest members. Now, the evidence is going to show that this group started out as a group called Rock Crew. And Rock Crew stands for Raised on Cleveland.
So her whole basis was that Rock Crew was the one that started YSL? What? Oh my God.
The evidence is going to show you that Rock Crew, in fact, is a criminal street gang. It's not the kind y'all are used to. If you're more familiar with the national gangs, such as the Bloods and the Crips that operate in LA or in Chicago. But make no mistake about it, Rock Crew is and was a gang. It consisted of 3 or more members with common identifiers, signs, colors, linguistic choices that committed crimes on behalf of and in furtherance of Rock Crew itself. That particular organization aligned itself under an umbrella of a larger, more traditional street gang called Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods. They adopted the nomenclature. They would do things like replace C's in words with the letter B, because traditionally Crips and Bloods were not aligned with one another. So Cleveland Avenue became Cleveland. Some of you may have indicated during voir dire you've heard or are familiar with the Cleveland Avenue area.
Man, y'all really dislike Miss Love this much? Shout out to Kim Roberts with the 10 bomb. She says she is the wolf. Okay, I'm just saying. 60% of you said Miss Love is going to be the one who does closing today. So I'm just getting y'all warmed up. Asia said, bro, my ears finna bleed. Oh my gosh. Let me know in the chat. Type of 1 if you've seen these opening statements from Miss Love. Type of 2 if you haven't. And type of 3 if you never want to see the opening statements from Miss Love again. Let me see what y'all are saying. Okay, we got some 1s. Y'all have seen it. Quanice has not seen it. Most of y'all are saying 1 and 3. Dang, what did Miss Love do to y'all? 1 and 3. And it looks like they're just 3. Angela's never seen it. Okay. And then, oh my goodness, we got a 50 bomb in here. DeWarren in the building. Thank you so much for the 50 bomb. Says, she said, Crips in Chicago. They literally have 0 Crips in Chicago. What? She don't know. DeWarren, just let them live. They're digging their own grave in this case, and they have been the entire time. It's no surprise. But hey, Miss Love, she's not a gang expert. We leave that up to Detective Big Burrito, investigator, super stalker, Instagram specialist, Viverito. And thank you so much for the 50 bomb. John says, I would rather watch them rearrange furniture. Is that bad? So most of y'all are saying either you've already seen it or you never want to see an opening statement from Miss Love again. All right, well, dang. Maybe we should find Max Shart's opening statement. I actually posted it on my YouTube channel, and it was Max Shart did a really good job. So maybe we could look at that here in a second. Michi says, see what happened? See what happened was I figured Love was there so she would be doing closing statements. My apologies. I will never vote Love again. Yeah. Yeah, lesson learned. I learned my lesson too, because we lost about 500 people when I started playing Miss Love to buy some time. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Denal says it's the disrespect to the wolf for me personally. Or the wolf, as we should say. PM, because I always mess up your name, says watch the part where Love draws the objection for burden shifting. Are you serious? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at this, man. Shout out to DeWarren in here with another 50 bomb. Sheesh. Thank you. Says she will also do closing because she's running for a House seat. What? Look it up if you weren't aware of it. Blessings. Love your channel. Thank you so much, DeWarren. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Where in Fulton County? Shout out to Asia with the 2 bombs said, who would you choose to represent you, Love or Hilton? If I had to pick, I would pick Miss Hilton. I think she does a good job. She just has to do better with her questioning, in my opinion. But yeah, I would pick Miss Hilton for sure. Y'all said myself. God dang, man. And shout out to DeWarren. I'm trying to find this article. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. That'll be interesting. She's running for a House seat. Lauren says, I take Bumpus over them. Lord. Shout out to Kayla. Let me see. I don't see anything on that, DeWarren. If you have and know of a place where I could find that, let me know, because that would be amazing. All right, looks like Judge Whitaker's back in here. She's talking to somebody. I think they're waiting on the jury. All right, y'all don't want to hear Miss Love. I won't torture you anymore because we lost like 500 people. Dang. I'm sorry, guys. Jeez. The only thing I'm seeing is in 2020, Miss Love ran as the Democratic candidate for district attorney in the Dublin Judicial Circuit, which I didn't know. Interesting. She was the first woman and she was the first black woman and the first woman, period, to challenge the incumbent DA Craig Frazier in over a decade. Obviously, she didn't win, and that's why she ended up in Fulton County. Very interesting.
This is working. We need you next door.
Very
Yes,
interesting.
it's working. I can't see it, so. Okay. Well, that one's nowhere near as critical as the one that the jury is going to see. Okay, we need you to go get us up and running in our overflow courtroom. Why that wasn't done before now, I'm not
Thank you, my
sure,
friend.
but you may.
All right, so they keep teasing us. Man, why do they keep teasing us like this? And thank you and shout out to DeWarren for sponsoring today's show. I appreciate you, man. Dang, he did not have to do that. What does Amy say? I would rather eat a bowl of water with a fork than listen to Miss Love. Man, y'all got to give her a chance. A-Fist says, ClassE, I only like to see Love when the judge is yelling at her. Yeah, if y'all want to see some of the videos of Miss Love getting absolutely demolished in court by Judge Whitaker, you can go check them out on the channel. Okay, we got some of y'all back. Sorry I played Miss Love. Miss Love is a lot of y'all are really allergic to Miss Love. That's crazy. Shari Lee says, Love is terrible. She will go to any lengths to win. Doesn't matter that someone's future is at stake. It's not about true facts. It's the sleight of hand and lies. It's really sad. Yeah. And she wasn't doing a great job either. Lauren said closing gonna take it till March. God, I hope not. Nicholas is in here, says good morning. Good to see you in here, my friend. She's a microphone fiend. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my gosh. NY to the D says Max painted a picture Love stole from a children's book. They're not in the same league. Yeah, isn't that plagiarizing? Let me see if I could pull this up. Have y'all seen Max Shard's opening statement? Will y'all run away if I play Max Shard's opening statements? I highly doubt it. Cause y'all love Max over here. Let me see if I can find it. I posted the video. When was it? On Friday? Let's see if I can find it. We actually reviewed it on Friday. Oh, you seen Max already? You said he's better than Love. Yeah, absolutely. Belfast BMAX says, ClassE, wasn't she a judge? Which is crazy to think. I don't know much about Adrian Love's history. Let me see. Let me see what she's got going on. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I'm going to tell you right now.
Using a mic when you're giving your closing so that everybody can hear what's going on, okay?
All
All right,
here
I
we
think
go.
there's at least one camera up and running in our overflow courtroom now. So I think we're ready to get the jury out. If you want to. Ms.
Yeah,
Persfield
like,
said
don't
there
tease
was,
us.
so I believe her.
Stop teasing us. Amy said we lost 500. Now it's up to 2.2. Yeah, thank you to all of y'all who were in here. If you could like the video on your way in. Likes are free, y'all. Thank you for being here, by the way.
Miss Hilton, did
Oh,
you
we got a new
figure
court
out
reporter
whether
today.
that one exhibit was actually admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, we were able to figure out that it was.
Guess the court reporter was on vacation.
Okay.
60G. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We're ready for the jury.
All right, so while the jury's coming in, Adrian Love earned her JD from Georgetown University.
Was it Wednesday when they were
She
last
began
week?
her legal career serving as an associate juvenile court judge and as an assistant public defender. Interesting. Adrian Love dedicated 15 years to prosecutorial work in Georgia. She spent 6 years as an assistant district attorney in the Middle Judicial Circuit before joining the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in August of 2011. In Fulton County, she has specialized in handling complex felony cases, including decade-old cold cases. Leadership roles. That's a funny way to put it. Within the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Adrian has led the gang unit and served as Chief Senior Assistant District Attorney in the Crimes Against Women and Children Unit, Gang Unit, and Major Case Unit. Her leadership has been instrumental in prosecuting high-profile cases and managing difficult witnesses. And then, as we mentioned, in 2022, she ran against Craig Frazier out there in the Dublin Judicial Circuit. Interesting. Dang, family ties. So there's your history about Miss Love. Hopefully y'all learned something today. All right, so we're waiting to see. 300 of you have voted, and so far, most of you think Miss Love is going to
Thank you
give
very much.
closing statements.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When you were last with us on Wednesday of last week, as you recall, the state had rested. I'm now going to ask the defense whether they wish to present evidence. Mr. Sharp, does the defense have evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, we do not wish to present any evidence.
Understood.
Mr. Stillwell.
All right. And Ms. Weinstein, does the defense wish to present evidence on behalf of Mr. Kendrick?
No, Your Honor, we do not feel that's necessary.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. All right. That means that the
Interesting.
evidence is closed. And the next step in this case is the closing arguments. Because the state has the burden of proof in this case, the state will make an initial closing argument. The defense will then have an opportunity to present any closing argument that they wish to present. And the defense, if the if the defense does present closing, then the state will then have a final opportunity at summation. All right, so I'm not sure who's going to present the opening on behalf of the state, but whomever that is, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Give me just a second.
Wait. Why is Mr. Atkins standing up?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is going to be amusing to some of you, but overflow actually is 5D and not 1D. So maybe that's why I was saying it the whole time. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Adkins. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my. Well, none of us saw this coming. We were all wrong.
Let me turn this microphone on, Your Honor, or I'll forget.
Oh my gosh. The only thing worse than Miss Love to been Mr. Atkins.
I want to talk to you about what we've learned YSL is about.
Mic's not on.
Words come to mind. The first word, deception, intimidation, destruction, and death. Deception of the youth who get enamored with what is presented publicly and then deceived when they become a part of the criminal enterprise. Deception for law enforcement to not uncover the actions that they commit, and deception in this very courtroom with witnesses that have sat right before you to try to continue that enterprise. Intimidation, the public videos we've seen about people that they label as rats, people that they label as snitches or snitching.
His mic's not on.
Repeated threat, either overt, out in the open, or subtle, that
Yeah, I'll turn it up.
do a crime to you or you know about it, don't say anything. The destruction has multiple parts. You've heard from multiple communities all throughout Fulton County that often similar pockets in the city have been affected.
Turn your mic on,
The
bro.
drugs, the robberies, the shootings, the shell casings, the windows, the doors, the refrigerators, the cars, over and over. That's the destruction. And then you've heard about the death. Jeffrey Williams himself said, YSL, in this video after he says murder gang, someone right next to him says YSL till we're dead and pale. But also, you've heard about 3 murders: Donovan Thomas, Chanel Drinks, and Jamari Holmes. That is what YSL, the criminal enterprise, is about. Now, I'm going to talk to you about Count 1 RICO and Criminal Street Gang. And so, when I am complete, at the end, Ms. Hilton will come up and talk to you about the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Chanel Drinks and the remaining counts. Now, what I just said, it's not just my words. This is the deception, intimidation, destruction, and death that I just spoke to you about. Murder gang in my slime is above the law. But in Fulton County, nobody is above the law, and that's why you're here.
Y'all already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slick. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always free.
Not a crime.
Those are their own words, murder gang. What they are publicly stating that the enterprise and the street gang, and I may use both of those terms interchangeably today, are about.
Only thing y'all nigga got more than us is dead numbers.
This in your video?
There's a we and a us. He's saying the only thing that they have is more people who are deceased, which is saying that we don't. And the they, I argue from the evidence we've been presented amply throughout this trial, is their rivals, their ops. The Atlanta Blood Gang, Fifth Gang, Nine Dudes, YFN, that group. And lastly, after publicly bragging and boasting about murders, what is their viewpoint on being held accountable? Well, let me take their own words. Don't just take mine.
Just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer
This song again.
And my slime's above the law. Meanwhile, you know, quit
That's saying my slimes are above the law. So now I'm going to equip you with the duty as jurors so that you can learn about the law that the judge will instruct you on, so that you can have the toolkits needed to deliberate and understand how to organize the evidence that we have presented. So that's what I'm going to here to do with you today. So I'm going to take a step back. In general, jurors' duties, it's to honestly seek the truth. You've heard evidence, testimony, physical items. It's not to seek doubt, it's to seek the truth. You determine, how you handle and weigh the evidence. And I'm going to highlight some things for you so that you can understand some connections between some of these evidence. Because there's connections between these shootings, connections between these crimes, locations, victims, and accomplices that's important for count one RICO. And that's what I'm going to walk through with you about right now. The duty to deliberate. When all of this is done, all of y'all will go back there and speak with one another. Speak freely with one another. Go through the evidence and talk about what you've heard throughout this trial, and talk with fellow jurors about the evidence as you reach your verdict. And like I said, seek the truth. Now, I'm going to explain to you in a couple minutes about what you can and can't consider. So everything outside of this circle has comes up in almost every trial, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. Sympathy for victims or defendants. Viewpoints on a witness. You like the witness, you don't like the witness. You like the police, you don't like the police. You think about some issue that comes up in a case that's not about the evidence and the law. You disagree with the law. All of those things you can't consider. What you can consider, and it's going to populate in the middle, is the evidence, the testimony, the physical items, the videos, the
PowerPoints behind,
the jail calls, all of those things you can consider at this trial. And it's not lost on me the length of this trial. And I could stand up here for 4 hours and explain to you my genuine understanding and frustration with how long you all and the sacrifices you've made. And what I thought about, because when you initially came on, it was 6 to 9 months, and now we're here 12 months later, and that is a significant difference. And there's one time in my life that came to mind about this. I couldn't do this again today, but I ran one marathon. When I got there that day, I was supposed to do a half marathon, just many years ago. And when I'm in line with one of my best friends who encouraged me to run, I see people much older than me. I won't call them old, but they may have been pushing 90, marathon. And so he gave me that look, and I said, all right, I'll do the marathon with you. And during that, expecting to run a half, that day running a full, I had moments where I wanted to quit. I had moments I wanted to walk. I had moments where I wasn't ready, I wasn't prepared, I didn't sign up for this, even though technically I agreed to do the marathon. And as I got to the end, like we are here, I said, if I walk off on mile 21 or 20, all of this will be for nothing. And I will regret that. So
this jury doesn't give a about that. There's possibly some people who have lost their jobs because of this. And he's talking about a marathon. I'm sorry to interrupt closing statements, y'all. I should let this flow through. But what is this man talking about?
So with this time, I ask you to see it through, finish strong. And by that, I mean listen to the closing arguments.
$25 a day?
Because you owe it to yourself, you owe it to the victims, and you owe it to your duty as jurors. And like I said, what I wanted to do, because I can't go back and change the hands of time, I can't, is make this time valuable and give you the tools you need. Because you've heard a lot about RICO, but you've not yet had anyone explain what that means. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm here to do, is to help that you can understand the law, how it fits with this evidence, so that you can deliberate and reach the only reasonable conclusion that these defendants and these co-conspirators are guilty of count one, conspiring to commit RICO. So I'm going to walk through that with you. Now this circle, I speak faster than I click, so it's going to catch up with me. But Like I said, you consider the evidence, the testimony, you don't consider what is outside. Now, burden of proof. The state has always had the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that I own. It's how it should be. And so the state, this burden of proof rests with it until we prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a reasonable doubt? Everyone's heard that term, but what does it actually mean? It's not a mathematical certainty. There's no algorithm or specific number. It is a doubt that's reasonable. It's not vague. And so this presumption, I use a cloak, right, where you're presumed innocent. Everyone is. Until the state has proven your guilt on whatever crime, in this case, RICO, murder, street gang, beyond a reasonable doubt. For some of y'all, when you're back there deliberating and thinking through the evidence, you may have realized halfway through my speech today, when you understand RICO, that they're guilty. You might have come to that conclusion months ago. You may have come to that conclusion in terms of where we are in the evidence as you walk through it, at a different point. But when the state proves, as we have beyond a reasonable doubt, that cloak of innocence goes away. And that's what you as jurors are here to decide. And reasonable doubt, like I said, it's reasonable. You don't seek doubt, you seek the truth, and it's a doubt. It means just what it says. If I were to, I wouldn't do this, but if I took something from Madam Court Reporter, say her coffee pot, and there's a security camera right there. If all of y'all saw me do this, if I had a trial and never called one of y'all, I'm on trial for stealing Madam Court Reporter's coffee mug, if you didn't, if you had a trial with just that surveillance video, and it clearly showed me unmasked, taken, and leave, you wouldn't need all these witnesses. Or if you had the reverse, you didn't have a surveillance video, but you had an eyewitness or circumstantial evidence. Just because you don't have a piece of item or evidence doesn't necessarily mean reasonable doubt. It means just what it says. Is it reasonable? So I'm going to show you an illustration that is something we all recognize, which is a dollar bill. And you're going to see pieces of this dollar bill missing, and all of you will immediately recognize what it is. And like I said, it's not a mathematical certainty. It is reasonable doubt. That's the dollar bill, right? If you have pieces of the puzzle, and some of y'all may like puzzles that are removed, everyone knows that that's a $1 bill. There's no reasonable doubt that that is a $1 bill, even though almost 50% of it is gone. That's just a visual illustration to prove the point. Direct and circumstantial evidence. So direct evidence, physical items, it's what's said in this witness box before you, personal observations, that's all direct evidence.
This is brutal.
Circumstantial evidence can be cell phone records, where people are within a general radius, ankle monitor data, what someone's actions afterwards, who's calling who, who's texting who. That can circumstantially prove and lead to a conclusion. Whereas, and you can use both. The law doesn't weigh direct or circumstantial more or less than the other. And then in trial, you're going to use both. And you always have your common sense, which you always have brought with you each day and can use when you deliberate to make reasonable deductions from both direct and circumstantial. They play off one another. Like I said, these are all direct evidence. Just think what you saw, what you heard. If you were to physically touch a firearm or a shell casing, that would be tangible evidence. That's all direct. A good example for circumstantial is, imagine once a week, twice a week, you all go and pull and pump gas. You pull up to the pump, you know your car has the E, it's flashing red. You go, you put your credit card in, or you walk inside, you come out and you start pumping gas. And then when you leave, when you put your credit card in, you hear it kind of click loudly. You know it's done. You put it back in, and you drive off, and all of a sudden what was on E is now on full, right? You never saw the gas go inside, but you know, circumstantially, that your car tank is full. That's a classic example of, you may smell gas, but you never actually see it. You could, but most of the time you don't. That's circumstantial evidence. It can be quite strong, like that, like in that example. So it doesn't have any more or less weight than the other piece of evidence. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is enough to establish a fact. Take Tarabia Hill, Act 61, the armed robbery that Christian Eppinger did with YSL on his face, unmasked. If you believe, then I can't vouch or tell you the credibility of the witness. That's for y'all to determine. So if you believed her testimony, that's who robbed me, this is what he took, and then he drove off, a testimony of a single witness is enough to establish a fact. In that case, with her testimony, it would be every fact of armed robbery. So that's one example of a single witness can establish. Sometimes there's only one fact. That's where is someone? Where is someone not? But in that case, that testimony would be enough to establish the elements. So keep that in mind, because testimony is important. Like I said, you determine credibility. So you got to ask yourself, why did certain people testify how they did when they said this? Now, I'll argue that you think about what people said before they were indicted, before their friends were indicted, before sitting in a courtroom with you and people that they know well. What do people say when no one's looking? On a wiretap, on a jail call? That, to me, is quite illuminating of how they really feel or think. Think about why people would testify how they did. Why people would either genuinely not remember or act like they don't remember. I'm sure all of y'all remember quite well my kind of long back and forth with the gentleman, D'Angelo White, right? Where we played a 911 call where he says, this is D'Angelo White. He wouldn't even acknowledge that. And it was a lot of back and forth. Why would he not come in here and testify about his friend, Dexter Montgomery, getting half of his head shot off when he was a kid? And he called 911. Why? You determine that. Now, I have reasons I'll explain to you why, but think about that. You can use common sense. Y'all been sitting right here, and there's a reason you're closest to the jury box, because y'all are the determiners of credibility. And y'all know and can think of examples, as I'm talking right now, throughout this trial that we've seen of that.
Isn't it interesting? And again, I'm not going to apologize. Normally, I would say sorry for interrupting. I'm not. This is brutal. How do y'all... If I'm sitting on the jury, I'm wondering, what is what you're saying right now have to do with those two guys over there? Because that's what we're here to decide, right? I'm not seeing it.
Who doesn't have
maybe
that,
it's me.
right? You have some, I'll use, someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, right? They come in, they test an item. They don't usually know the defendant. They don't know the case. They're just doing their job. They don't have, in my opinion, any stake in one outcome or the other. They don't know. A random citizen, or Doug Bailey talked about the ankle monitor data. He's just reading the data. Those kind of witnesses, I argue to you, can be quite credible because they don't have anything to gain. They have nothing to lose. Think about people who do and how that would have impacted their testimony. Their opportunity for knowing facts. If someone hangs out with one another, like Mary Zachary, you saw all these photographs in 2015. He's in photo after photo with Shannon Stillwell, Monte Kendrick, Mikion Garlington. If someone interacts daily with someone, it's probably reasonable that he would know what they're up to, that they would confide in him. Versus if you had someone who only hung out with somebody one time, probably wouldn't be reasonable they'd know all their deepest, darkest secrets. That's just common sense, but things to think about. Now, I'm going to give you an example.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Y'all
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
That's what's said outside of the courtroom. These are all witnesses who testified that were either co-conspirators or indicted on this case. And ask yourself, you could know it just as well as I right before if the state would ask, is YSL a gang? The words music group, you know it's about to come off, or I've never heard of that. I said gang, G-A-N-E. I didn't say G-A-N-G, even though you just heard them say gang. Think about that and why people would come in here and think about what they said. I mean, when Darius Zachary said that these two defendants confessed to him to murdering Donovan Thomas the night of the murder. You don't think he's going to come in here and back up off that? Think about Wooney Lee, the bragging or boasting about the murder. We put that on your tombstone. The things he knows when he's sitting up here don't sound good in a trial of his friends, fellow gang members, and co-conspirators. So he's going to back up off of it. Think about Walter Murphy, Antonio Sledge. When he did his plea agreement, said that he had knowledge that someone was involved with the murder of Donovan Thomas, but then backs up off of it, right? He gives why. Think about why. And think about they know the feelings that these defendants have about people who come in and tell on them. And sometimes they slip up. If you remember Antonio Sumlin, who testified pretty recently, he didn't know Wooney Lee's name. So he said, "What's his slime?" And he changed it. He stopped. He took a little pause, and he meant, "What is his nickname?" But he said, "What's his slime name?" Those kind of clues or slip-ups, remember those, because they're important. Here's another example. This is Diamante Kendrick on the left with a hat that has a big rat.
Finally.
And on the right,
talking about the defendants.
Stillwell's tattoos. Omerta, you heard that, the code of silence. And on his chest, the price of loyalty is wealth. The price of disloyalty is death. So these witnesses who say incriminating things about them in a police station or outside of court, when they come in here and are sitting in a witness box 10 feet from them, how do you think they know this? That's these defendants' own words about people who come in and testify against themselves or others. That's their feelings on it. Things that these witnesses know very well. Kenneth Copeland. This is Kenneth Copeland outside of the criminal courtroom.
Oh, they took a clip from
Where's the shout outs before we get you out of here?
Shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean?
YSL for life. And these are photographs he's had. He has known Shannon Stillwell for almost the vast majority of his life. Most of these photos.
He was never YSL.
Of time. Look at these photos with Kendrick. These are all photos with Kenneth Copeland and both of these defendants in trial. They are friends. They know each other very well. And Kenneth Copeland would not want to say something, I argue to you, because of his bias and motive that would want to hurt. That's just common sense. And think about that when you hear what people say to a police station when it's just Detective Gaither and Dennis, or what they say in this courtroom. Quindarius Zachary, outside the court.
Yeah, big Bruce Knight, slime takeover. Oh, fuck you mean? I got all my niggas with me when Bruce Knight. Nigga, where we at, y'all?
Bruce,
yeah, nigga slack, nigga, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. Plenty of ammo for you monkey niggas.
Yeah,
big guns, bleeding right now.
Slack.
Now that's a video from May of 2015. Roughly February, March, April, 4 months after the murder of Donovan Thomas. That's what Quindarius Zachary's saying. You don't think he knows who did what? I argue to you. And then when he comes into court, right, he doesn't recognize a snake emoji, or he makes jokes about the color green, things that he thinks will hurt them. You all pick up on this. I saw you write notes. You can see their reaction. You can see if someone's uncomfortable, comfortable. All of those things you all are equipped with and can use when you weigh testimony. Parties to a crime. This is a principle that's going to come up in this case. Parties to a crime. Think about this. 4 people go to rob a bank. One of them is the getaway driver. One of them, I'm going to go run in and get the money. The third one's going to go in and do a distraction. And the fourth one has a gun in case it's needed. The driver never gets out of the car. They get to the bank. The guy goes in to get the money. The security guard realizes it's a robbery, pulls out his gun, and the guy with the gun behind him shoots and strikes the security guard. And then they all 4 get away and leave. As parties to a crime, they all played a role or a piece in that crime. So they would all be legally guilty of that murder if those facts came out into a trial. So party to a crime, it's not necessarily the person who
did the facts come out though?
It could be the driver. Now,
that's the issue.
Show you an illustration of what I talked about, because this isn't at first stick out. So you have 4 people playing in a bank robbery, all with different roles. And if it was either intentional murder or say the security guard shot and killed one of the robbers, it could be a felony murder that comes up. And so all of them would be guilty in this fact pattern of that. So in this case, what Copeland and Zachary say about defendant Kendrick is he was driving the Infiniti Q50. If he's driving that Infiniti Q50 while Shannon Stillwell, Demise McMullen are shooting 7.62 and 9mm shell casings into the body of Donovan Thomas with Justin Cobb doo-wop, that's party to a crime. That's an example in this case. And it will come up in some of the overt acts that we're going to talk about soon.
Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
I need to interrupt you for just a minute. I'm sorry. In the overflow room, I can't hear you.
It sounds like, Your Honor, this microphone.
Thank you, Judge Whitaker. Who emailed Judge Whitaker?
Yes, Your Honor. If you let me know if that helps fix that. And I got to fix this belt buckle here real quick. Well, I'll hold it for right now. Now,
it's not any better.
I want to talk about the crimes that I'm going to talk about. So in green is what I'm going to talk to you about, which count 51 is criminal street gang. Count 50 is criminal street gang of defendant Stillwell. He's on the right, and Kendrick is on the left. And count 1 RICO applies to both. So both are charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Kendrick has this count 57 participation in criminal street gang activity for the marijuana and firearms, like street gang activity during the commission of a felony for the May 9th, 2022. These street gang charges, which I'm going to talk to you about at the end, pertain to the murder of Shamel Drinks, a gang-related murder that the evidence has shown Shannon committed along with Demekion Garlington, Miles Farley, and Quarmavius Nichols. But first, I'm going to talk about RICO, which is count 1, which both are charged with. So I want to talk to you about conspiracy in general. And I definitely think the microphone's working now, Your Honor.
No, it's not.
One crime, you rob someone, you do an arson, you would look at that case, did they go and set fire? Did they go and steal? One specific place, time, and perpetrator. You've already heard about a conspiracy to do armed robbery when I use that bank robbery analogy. RICO is no different in terms of this. The general concept is they're charged with conspiracy to commit racketeering. So I'm going to have to explain to you what is RICO, what is conspiracy to commit RICO, and then you as jurors, with the evidence that have been presented, will reach the only reasonable conclusion that they're guilty of that count. But you need to know what RICO is first. What? And there's 2 ways to violate RICO. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take it bite by bite through RICO so you can understand the 2 ways that RICO can be committed and what conspiracy to commit RICO is. And we'll walk through this together.
Mike went out again.
I've already explained conspiracy in general. Now, this bank, I've used the bank analogy. If this group who robbed the bank, they don't have to be some sophisticated mob syndicate. If those 4 are just sitting around and say, let's be the bank robbing boys, maybe we'll sell drugs on the side and we'll shoot people, the rival bank group, and we're going to call ourselves the BRC, bank robbing group. If they got tattoos of BRC, they got necklaces of BRC, they say, hey, we are BRC. If they went and all knowingly and willingly agreed to be a part of that,
sound is good.
knowing that a pattern of racketeering, which I will explain to you, will be committed, that concept is what we'll be talking about. It's not any different in general. It's conspiracy and RICO. And when you put the 2 together, that's what they're charged with. So let's walk through this. This is from the indictment, which you will have with you when you deliberate. I'm not going to read off this right now, but page 12 of the indictment is an important page. It lays out what the state alleges the criminal objectives of the conspiracy are, and that they violated, there's a subsection A and a subsection B, which we're going to talk about. So remember page 12 of the indictment, because it will come up multiple times. So what is knowingly and willfully joined? Look at what they do, what they say, and
I'm going to check the sound. Hold on.
If you wanted to figure out if the bank robbing crew, or if YSL, if someone knowingly and willingly joined them, that's Kendrick on the bottom, with slat on his left forearm and a snake that goes from his stomach to his neck, and YSL a little bit underneath his Adam's apple. Do you think he knowingly and willfully joined YSL? He got a permanent tattoo on 3 different spots of his body, one of which very close to his face. That is something you can use and consider. Oftentimes with criminal conspiracies, they don't have a written contract. They don't have a, you're not going to have that coffee room table. Let's all agree to be a criminal enterprise. We all hereby today on January 1st of 2000. From here on out, we're an enterprise. That's often not how it works. So you got to look at what they say, what they do, and if you permanently get a tattoo, that's a pretty strong indicator if you're willingly and knowingly a part of this. Shannon Stillwell, often wearing clothing, saying stuff, me and my slimes above the law. You've heard that and seen that clothing line, which yes, they can play it off that it's just an innocent clothing line, but it says slime, it's typical human being, Whitaker, FMLs, right? And you've heard from gang detectives that Whitaker knows is not some, joke. It's about murdering someone. He's acting violence. So that's Kendrick in the middle, next to a slack graffiti with a red bandana. How they act, say, and do over time, those are the clues to know that someone willingly joined a conspiracy. So let's break this down a little bit further.
We need to switch it.
It's came out again, Your Honor. This is probably the easiest element while we switch this mic. 2 or more conspirators. Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. So, that, you can't have a conspiracy with one person, right? So, I think we all can
He needs to
agree
put the mic up
that
closer to his mouth.
Check. You've heard from ample, it doesn't have to just be the 28 indicted co-conspirators. You will see in that indictment that it states on page 12 that it also includes unnamed or unindicted co-conspirators, if you find that they're part of a conspiracy. So keep that in mind when you go back and deliberate. But yes, one of the elements, beyond a reasonable doubt, is 2 or more. I think that element, I'm not going to spend any more time on that one. You've heard from ample
Mic's not working.
people you've seen in the witness stand that are 2 or more of YSL. This just illustrates that point.
Jeez.
Now, agreement. This is another important element of RICO to kind of understand. How do you know that someone agreed? Like I said, it doesn't have to be expressed. It doesn't have to be where did they sign the YSL ledger. I'm going to join. I'm in. You rarely see stuff like that. There's no such ledger in this case. It's mutual but unspoken understanding. I say actions speak louder than words. If you want to know how someone believes or if they agree, what do? So I'm going to show you some examples of agreement. And a lot of the evidence that I'll talk about, it has multiple purposes. So we will talk about and you will see what can prove agreement can also prove if they knowingly and willfully join. Let's see. I'll keep working on this now. So,
You can just hold one.
yes, Your Honor. Sounds like it's working now. So, what else can you use? Remember we talked about circumstantial evidence? So, circumstantial evidence inferred from the nature of the acts done, relation of the parties, and the interest of the conspirators. What do they have to gain? Is it for something to further the group's interest? How do you know someone agrees? Look at what they do. And I argue to you that the evidence has shown that they've all knowingly and willfully agreed. Take where we started.
No.
Or take the 2 murders. Shannon Stillwell, January 10th, 2015, murders Donovan Thomas. March 14th, 2022, Shannon Stillwell, with 3 other YSL members in both times, murders Shamel Drinks. If you have to ask yourself, did he knowingly and willfully agree to be a part of YSL criminal enterprise with 2 gang murders? That's an easy question. That's the most clear example of if someone murders a rival gang member twice, I think it's pretty clear that they knowingly and willfully agreed, regardless if they signed on the dotted line. Same with other crimes and acts.
The same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga.
your
bitch ass
YSL for life.
Yeah,
Can't come that long.
Hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
So again, what do they say? I mean, this is Kendrick and Wooney Lee. You know, you have all the Make America Slime Again. You have Kendrick with YSL Pennant. And you have Shannon Stillwell where someone in the background says YSL for life. That's just one example. You've obviously seen and heard from multiple. But what do they say? What do they do? Are they publicly or actively or oftenly saying, yes, I'm a part of this YSL, there's an us and a them? Yes. I think it's pretty clear that they have. Now, some of this I've talked about, actions or evidence. So let me give you a concrete example we saw just a couple weeks ago with Viverito. So,
hey, big burrito.
Wyatt Lucci flyer. This is from Marquavius Huey's phone, where him and Jeffrey Williams, they send the text message, the flyer of Lucci. In 6 text messages, this principle of agreement, you're going to see agreement in action. This text is about to come up where all that's said, right? Flyer, Jeffrey Williams says, where's that at? Claremont, slatty handle, stay very low, slat for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on Wyatt Lucci. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a text message. That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agreement. It's just like you all have family and friends. You may text one word and they know what you're saying. I'm heading home. You don't say the address, right? Agreement can be inferred with very little words, especially with people who know each other very well. And YSL has its own lingo, so they don't have to say much. Slatty handle, he knows he will handle it. Other examples.
Okay.
What it does not require. I've covered most of this. You know, it doesn't require, like I said, physical meetings, even though we have that in this case. Knowledge of the details of the conspiracy. I argue we have that in this case.
They have
considering that
physical
Kenneth
meetings?
Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, all of these individuals have given statements
I thought we never
with
got the
evidence
McDonald's
that's been
footage.
corroborated that real crimes happened in real places and they knew about it. So a lot of these, you don't have to have them, but you actually do in this case. The last one, the identity of all the co-conspirators. You wouldn't have to know if you had 200 members of YSL. I don't know the exact number, but you wouldn't have to know every single one. Obviously, I argue to you that they know quite a few because you see the same individuals speaking, talking, and acting in concert together throughout the case. But none of these things are necessary to reach agreement. So, and there's a slight lag on this Zoom with this clicker. So I'm gonna move through this. So at its core, the crime is the agreement. The overt acts let you know that it's real.
Lord.
So this is important. They're charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. So the agreement to violate RICO, that's the crime they're charged with. These overt acts that you've heard from and we're about to walk through, those let you know that this isn't just fanciful, this isn't just in their minds, it's a real conspiracy. And in this case, and we're going to explain what RICO A and B is, they've actually committed the crimes. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire to commit all of these crimes, racketeering activity? The best evidence of that they did is they actually went and shot multiple people, murdered people, robbed for the street gang. That lets you know that there's not much to say when you actually do the crimes that you're alleged to have just conspired to commit. It'd be like if you're asked about the bank robbery conspiracy and all they do is just talk about the bank robbery, get the items, they go and buy a gun, but they never do a robbery. Fast forward, they've done 20 robberies, 50 robberies over a decade, and you're asked, did that group of bank robbers intend to be part of a bank robbing crew? You'd obviously say yes. It's common sense because of what they actually did. That concept is important. Like I said, the overt act lets us know that the conspiracy is alive and well. And
Yes,
I'll
they
argue
have
to
not
you,
proved
going
that.
back to
I
credibility, the conspiracy is alive and well in this courtroom with deceiving in this witness stand. So this is just a visual explanation that you have Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, and some, I didn't list all the photos of people you've seen, but this, the criminal enterprise, visually depicted. So let's walk through what an overt act is. So joint objectives equal joint responsibility. This is like a partnership in crime. Now, to find that someone's act is all the co-conspirators are on the hook for it, so to speak, any act done by any co-conspirator to further the criminal objectives is what counts. So if they're going to shoot a rival and you find that, yeah, they did shoot that rival and they did it to help YSL the enterprise, if that act and you find that whoever you find as part of that conspiracy, it's like they're all one and one for all. So each co-conspirator is responsible for the acts of others that are naturally and necessarily done to further the enterprise. Now, I've talked about different ways to violate. A, in a nutshell, is to acquire money and property. I'm not going to bury the lead. That's the first way to violate RICO. Conspire to acquire or keep money or other personal property. B, they both have conspire, and they actually have 7 elements each, and I believe 5 of the 7 are the same. So I'm going to explain a lot of these elements we've covered. 2 or more conspirators is one. So conspire to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. If you find the defendant, and on your verdict form it will say, the defendant violated subsection A or subsection B, conspired to violate. So I'm going to walk through what is A, what is B. They don't have to actually have committed A and B, although in this case I believe that they have, as I'm going to show you. You just have to say, did they ever conspire? And remember these principles I talked about. The unspoken words, what people do and say is the agreement, or you're not going to have that magic conference room meeting, so to speak. That's all captured where the conspiracy gets hatched. So let's walk through this. We're going to start with A. Keep it easy, keep it basic.
Because the evidence doesn't exist.
And you're going to notice that when I talk about A, some of the acts can actually meet multiple ways. So you're going to see that certain evidence can actually impact multiple ways to violate RICO. So let's talk about subsection A of the RICO Act. Knowingly and willfully conspired with 2 or more co-conspirators to acquire or keep money or other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. I'm going to explain pattern of racketeering activity. It's 2 or more crimes that are explained and listed, and you will be instructed by the court on what they are, that within 4 years. And any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act with at least 1 in furtherance of the criminal objective, and at least 1 has to be after May 10th, 2017. So that's A. I'm going to walk through some examples of A, and we're going to take this bit by bit. Armed robbery, Arshillian Bennett. Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams. May 13th, 2013.
He's going to lay out the whole story.
You heard from the officer where she walked with her child from 988 Confederate Court to that zone precinct to report a crime. That takes a lot of effort and time. So I'm going to use this top one while that bottom screen comes back. But, obviously she came in here and, did not want to acknowledge about the robbery, but I argue there's about to be a real bullet in her window that was taken by a crime scene tech who just responds to a scene. That is 988 Confederate Court, which comes up that address and area multiple times. And she said that she told the officer at the time, her Kel-Tec, the money, her purse was stolen. Acquire and keep money. Now, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and she said someone that she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother, that's multiple people doing it. That's 1 crime, 1 act. But when they work together, it's much easier to get property and items. And no one expects Ms. Bennett to come in here and testify. Certainly not back then and certainly not now. But that is an example of acquiring or obtaining money. It's robbery. Derek Dotson, Also in 2013, this is 5 through 7, Adrian Bean, the coin laundry, where Miss Marissa Cisneros' car flew over the ledge. I mean, Adrian Bean sat here for what felt like an eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot embankment. Why did he not remember any of that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, and he took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are they not coming here and talk about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge,
11 years
right
ago,
there,
exactly.
is parked Somerdale Apartments. Obviously, this is in the Cleveland Avenue area.
He was
often
high.
these crimes are committed in same locations, which become important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car. And then this is Mr. Derek Dotson, and you heard from Leonard Pass, who was with him. That's the car that was crashed underneath. And then this is a picture with Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, the time he's throwing up rock crew. And if you remember, the background behind this is this slime in kind of green and black font. So again, it's 2 YSL members acquiring and obtaining, trying to rob Derek Dotson. And again, they're working in concert, working together.
I agree, Michelle.
Ms. Taravia Hill, Act 61. She's just at her apartment complex, and this car, and if you remember, she only could recognize or ever identified Eppinger, Christian Eppinger, but there was 2 cars and multiple males with him. We don't know who these people are, but I think from what you've heard in this case, it's reasonable to suspect he's working with other people to do the armed robbery. Because again, it's hard to rob someone by yourself. So working in concert, that's Ms. Hill, that's her apartment complex in present day, that's Christian Eppinger from his public posting a firearm on social media, that's her wrecked car after it's found later, and where does the car go? From where Ms. Hill lives to Cleveland Avenue. Where do the guns and the Infiniti Q50 from Diamond Thomas go? They go to Oak Drive, where O.G. Bentley's house is. Common after crimes, they go to the same location. That's important because these same victims, same accomplices, same pattern is important for RICO. So keep that in mind as we walk through this. And he does all of this with, and it's hard to see from here, YSL on his face, no mask. She said, I can't remember if Ms. Hill said I wore glasses or didn't wear glasses, but her eyes are working just fine. And he had nothing covering his face. Think about it. If you walked into Winn-Dixie with a nameplate that said, hey, I'm Christian Atkins, I'm here to rob you, no one would do that. So why would you publicly have the gang on your face when you do a crime? Because a face tattoo could stand out. Because they want people to know. You want the notoriety. You want the fear. What? Who robbed you? YSL. What? She doesn't know his name. Think about that. You have multiple people. And Walter Murphy, for those, I don't know the date Walter Murphy got his face tattoo. I know Eppinger had it for this. But Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of allegiance to the criminal street gang and when you in enterprise and when you commit the crime, because that's important. Now, stolen firearms. I'm not going to show you or bring out every firearm we've introduced, but there's a lot of stolen guns. Think about, we don't know where all those guns came from. Sometimes you heard from the person whose home was burglarized or car was broken into, and you said, yes, this was a report from this location. But, you know, you add these up, it's a decent number of stolen guns. These are all overt acts. You know, Jeffrey Williams, the Sig Sauer, September 9th, 2013. Defendant Kendrick with Arnold when they were riding back into near Trestle Tree Confederate, the same location Miss Bennett lived at, right? On October 1st, 2015, after Martinez Arnold got jumped at Magic City. 40 cal stolen. FN57, that is the stop that Officer Fikes did of Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens. Why are all these stolen weapons from 2013, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 2015, and 2022? You heard from Detective Liam Packer that it was some train theft from the ATF, that a cargo shipment. That's acquiring or maintaining property, stolen guns. Ask yourself where all these stolen guns come, and you've seen, like when Quindarius Zachary is arrested with the gun on May 7th, 2015, that came back with Nibin when Kilgore testified to the shooting of Miss Frida Reed's house. When it matched that, the guns exchange hands. The guns move around, and stolen guns are harder to trace. That's acquiring and maintaining property, and evidence of it. I just included a couple photos because we have a lot to cover, but that is stolen property, all tethered to A. In 2022, right, this is the gun that was reported stolen that right before they went to the house on Meadowlark Drive, it was thrown out and recovered, and it came back stolen. Again, stolen weapons from as far back as 2013
Terrible.
to stolen weapons as recently as 2022. There's common patterns that indicate that they get stolen firearms quite easily. Subsection B. This is where all the violent acts come up. So the first objective, and your indictment's not going to have numbers, is going to be conspiracy to violate subsection B with the state's objective of murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence. So we're going to walk through some of these so I can explain to you why they further the criminal objectives of YSL. So, simple definition, while associated with an enterprise, YSL, they knowingly and willfully conspire with one or more co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, and any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act after May 10, 2017. If you notice, other than what's in green, everything's the same as A. So these same factors and principles will come up for both. So I got to explain to you what is participating in the enterprise and what are these criminal objectives. So we're going to start with the murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence and go from there.
Miss Love's trying to stay awake already. Just kicking her leg.
Again, page 12 of the indictment, it outlines the conspiracy. I'm not going to read all this for you now, but it states the Young Slime Life enterprise and what the criminal objectives are right after. That's where you can find it on page 12 of the indictment you're going to have. These are these objectives. I've removed them from the indictment, but we're going to start with the first one. Murder, assault, threats of violence. And then we're going to talk about robbery, theft, unlawful sale, and distribution of drugs. So let's walk through this together. I just wanted to show you a brief visual of how you're going to have the indictment with you and can look through it. So again, we're going to go objective by objective because it helps to organize the evidence. And objective one, murder, assault, and threats of violence. So you've heard about pattern of racketeering activity. What is racketeering activity? The good news for y'all is the indictment, anytime you see, it will state, which is an act of racketeering activity, and then it'll cite a statute. This is what explains what racketeering activity is. This is the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you'll see when you are deciding, which is Overt Act 16 through 20 is the murder of Donovan Thomas, when y'all are back there and saying, I want to figure out if something's a pattern of racketeering or figure out if an overt act is a racketeering activity. That will tell you. That's your snapshot. So just look. This is Overt Act 17, which is the murder. 16 is when Jeffrey Williams rents the vehicle. But when you see what's highlighted, you'll know it's racketeering activity. So I just wanted to show that for you. And then we're going to walk through this now. We're going to talk about Donovan Thomas first. Overt Act 16 through 20.
The last one on the line for the 620.
Yes, police over here on the north side of McDaniel.
North side of McDaniel. Why did you?
Yeah. At Harold living in the barber shop. Somebody don't got shot.
Mr. Parker, who you testified, who's owned a barber shop there for 20 years. Barber shop right here. And Kendrick, Stillwell. This is Demise McMullen. Now, we'll talk about this in a minute. This is actually the photograph from when they shot Dexter Montgomery. Same case with D'Angelo White when they left that Jonesboro gas station in Lakewood and got to the four-way stop. That's the photograph from that. So you have Nard, but that's Demise McMullen, Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick. This is obviously the shooting. Overt act is, did Jeffrey Williams rent the Infiniti Q50 and act in furtherance of the conspiracy? When you think about these overt acts, think how the criminal objectives. Ms. Hilton's going to talk to you and walk through bit by bit the murder itself of Donovan Thomas. But I argue to you, as she will too, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that renting of the Infinity is an overt act that was used to facilitate the murder, and you've seen a pattern of rental cars being used. And ask yourself why. They're harder to trace. People don't recognize you in that car. Now, how is Donovan Thomas's murder evidence of RICO? Well, I'm going to tell you. That's Donovan Thomas. This is about to be Wooney Lee.
Before y'all nigga with slime.
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in blood.
I probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga tombstone.
We wrote it on a tombstone. And that's Donovan Thomas's gravestone. And when Miss Edmonds, who testified to you about recognizing that, she didn't wipe graffiti, she didn't wipe paint off that tombstone, she wiped a confession. And that confession says SLAT, because that's who it's for, that's who it's from, that's who publicly has acknowledged that murder since it happened. YSL, the criminal enterprise. And that same SLAT in green handwriting, Defendant Stillwell is posting in, 7 years later in a slime t-shirt, right, peanut stone grave. That's the translation version. He put it in Spanish. Wooney Lee's comment, his comment, they're all talking about and kind of joking sheepishly about a murder of Donovan Thomas. It's we, it's us, it's criminal enterprise. Now, we talked about Kendrick's tattoo, which is about to come up on his left forearm. I don't know when he got this tattoo, when this Zoom works with me and it comes up. I don't know if he had that tattoo of SLAT on his arm while he's driving the Infinity 250 past 330 McDaniel Street and Nard and Shannon shot and killed Donovan Thomas, but that same green SLAT ends up on the gravestone. It's not a coincidence. And they're telling you that they did it, and they just don't care. Because as you said when we started, slimes are above the law. But they didn't think about you. Now,
Swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah.
you hear it as clear as I hear it. I swear to God, nobody accused Dolly of murdering Donovan Thomas. Who's the we? And then you hear in the background, we smoke nut. And if you remember that call, right before that, Woody saying, tell your brother I love him. And then you can hear Jeffrey Williams say, tell him I love him. Right there next to him. We killed Nut. We put it on his tombstone. Slat, slat, and then just making a cheapest joke this years later. They're telling you we did it. They just don't care. And that's Shannon Stillwell in that same video, and there's a live snake and a YSL chain. It's out in the open. Beat a murder rap. Now, we're going to turn to Jamari Holmes next, and I'm going to explain to you why that murder, that Rodelius Ryan and...
Sorry, y'all. What I said was, we heard the video, and what it sounded like they said was, I swear to God, they're going to say we killed Nut, but he skipped over that.
Damon Blaylock did is in furtherance of the YSL criminal street gang, which is Overt Act 79 through 81, February 23rd, 2019. That's the vehicle that 15-year-old Jamari Holmes was in. This is Rodelius Ryan. You know, this is Blaylock throwing up YSL, which is also an overt act. That public display of allegiance. That's going to come up in just a second. That's Jamari Holmes.
What about Tyreek Hill wiping his nose?
You're going to see the message where, you know, where Mariah leaves and she says, or not Mariah, but Brazy, as they called her.
Can you hear?
Text and DMs Ryan and Blaylock and says, you know, they know about Ryan but don't know about you, and allude to Mariah snitching on them. That snitching comes up repeatedly. This is the projectile that was in Jamari Holmes' head that was fired from weapons that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock shot while they were hanging out with females in Cleveland Avenue. It came to 50 Mount Zion. And then I want to ask you, this is that message. All again, talking about snitching, trying to not get caught. Now, how do you know why Ryan did it? What does Ryan think about this murder? What is he, remorseful? Is he sad? Well, here's him that same day at 5 o'clock. So that's the 911 call at 4 in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, February 23rd, 2019. Bet YSL makes the news FaceTime. You've heard repeatedly about the FaceTime. I argue to you when he says Bet YSL makes the news, Fox 5. So he's telling people without having some plausible deniability of no one's going to know what I'm talking about, YSL makes the news. Now, what does he do 5 hours after this? Let's find out.
Yeah, block life. Block life, no one again. 250, no one again. Bet y'all pussy nigga can't come up here in that block. Yeah, no cap. Cut a rag, gonna shoot at your fitted. That's no cap. Pussy
He's going to shoot at your fitted, and that's the fitted cap that Jamari Holmes wore on his head when he was murdered. That is bragging about the murder. YSL makes the news, and then he's on the quote-unquote block, right? He's throwing up YSL. Is it a coincidence that this guy he's with says Little Rod will shoot at your... Don't come on this block. And you have Bernard Mitchell and all of them who weren't from that neighborhood come over to 50 Mount Zion. He will shoot at your fitted cap. And there's a literal fitted cap from Jamari Holmes' head with a bullet hole in it, and that's his skull with a bullet hole in it. This ain't... Murder gang isn't some facade. This isn't for clout. This is real life. And this is the bragging and the boasting above the law and proving that they're doing it for the street gang. They're telling you. Nothing I've said so far with these two murders is anything but their own words. March 14th, 2022, Shamel drinks. I think it's amply clear that this murder is gang-related. It's to further YSL. You've heard about the Nibin matches, the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
You heard about how the investigation was a sham and how there was a lack of GSR and how the detective on this case put out a warrant without even seeing the full video or verifying the video. You heard about that.
Right. And so what we have ultimately is that there is no evidence, none.
It's the worst part of this case.
You heard op hunting, all of the way that Garlington and Shannon talked about getting revenge. And what happens? They see an op at a gas station and 4 YSL members in a rented vehicle murdered. And Shannon Stillwell's involved in both. And it's eerily similar to Donovan Thomas's murder. This is the corridor right there, and that is Shamel Drink's vehicle with bullet holes on the same side of his car that Shannon Stillwell's Audi drove up in. It's not rocket science that he did it. The evidence has shown you he did. And it's 100% gang-related. They're both part of the same rival group. There's no evidence about any kind of disagreement or anything with Shamel Drinks. They did it for YSL. They did it to get revenge. And this is just a visual representation where Shannon Stillwell is publicly stating, check the score. Because again, shooting and murder is like a scoreboard, but this ain't a sports game. This is the Superior Court of Fulton County, and you can't go shoot people for sport or murder your rivals to up the score. That ain't how it works. That's the Meek-Young Garlington. There's the Ford Fusion with Miles Farley and with Quarmavius Nichols. Now, aggravated assault. We've heard a lot about aggravated assaults. And in a case like this, you can kind of get numb to the shell casings collected, the damage, but these are acts of racketeering, real guns shooting real bullets towards property or people. What do YSL members say about shooting? Well, let's ask.
Y'all know we gonna tour. You better keep your distance. Don't come to no club. Don't come outside. Don't do shit. Stay your ass in your mama house. You better be in your mama basement. You making beats and shit. Don't bring your ass out the house.
Hey, look, don't come outside.
You niggas soft as fuck. You niggas pussy.
That's their words. Shoot the ops, make them catch on. That's Rodelius Ryan's Instagram that came in when Mr. Howes was sitting right here. And then this is Rodelius Ryan with a drum, a YSL chain, publicly showing it. These public threats of violence, when you're murdering people and throwing up YSL and bragging about it, that has a real effect of people who want to come in and testify or people that ever want to tell the police, period. These aren't just, a facade. This isn't just a movie. This is real life. And they're showing you and telling you what they're about. So I say take them at their word for it. April 12, 2015, Dexter Montgomery. This is important because when you boil it down from what D'Angelo White told 911 and the police that you heard, They were just driving, and it seemed like OG Bentley thought that they were following them. They get to the gas station. There's no real reason for this to escalate to where it did. And when they leave the gas station, from Walter Murphy's evidence, Nard and Walter Murphy come. It's one YSL member, OG Bentley. Maybe he was paranoid. Maybe someone was out to get him. But it wasn't D'Angelo White. It was not Dexter Montgomery. And this is their car when it stopped after the shooting, at that stoplight. Cornelius Davis and Christian James. And that's the bullet that comes in through that car, and that's Dexter Montgomery with half of his head shot off because they followed a YSL member to a gas station. That's it. One call, Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen, they didn't say, where do I sign the criminal enterprise contract? This agreement I talked about, Slat handled that. They just go. They grabbed the sticks and went.
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Now, we was at the gas station. And, my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway, and then we ended up seeing them again. They ended up shooting, and somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the...
Like I said, they're just driving. I mean, this is Walter Murphy with a stick. This is Demise McMullen, who they say hard Nard, the same person that Condarius Zachary and Copeland said was shooting at Donovan Thomas. This is 3 months later. It's a lot more likely that he's a shooter when you see him on camera with a long gun at a gas station for no reason because OG Bentley called him. Their same common associates with no questions come. That's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Lil Wayne tour bus, April 26, 2015.
Oh, this is BS,
you heard a lot of
Sean.
evidence
Hold
about
on,
Lil
y'all.
Wayne. What you didn't hear was any remote personal reason that Jimmy Winfrey would have any, even knew or had any kind of squabble with Dwayne Carter, Lil Wayne. So why did he shoot the bus? You heard about the public back and forth, and look at the actions before, during, and after of that shooting. Now, this is only a couple weeks after Dexter Montgomery. And it's 2 days before the shooting spree of Adele Drive and Drew Drive that Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge did. So all these shootings, when Gaither and Dennis come in and talk about shooting after shooting, they're not just making this stuff up. It's real. So this is Mr. Alvin Lewis's tour bus shot up. This is Jimmy Winfrey. You heard from Detective Dennis about visually seeing them, and Zachary kind of got spooked because he knew his social security number, which would probably spook out Zachary of like, how does this gang detective know me like that? And then you have this post, which is Overt Act 121, I'm free, death before dishonor. Quite similar to the tattoo that Shannon Stillwell has, YSL. And what does he say about it? And by he, I mean Jimmy Winfrey.
So the thing ain't too. And then another thing, we should let Amina know they got paperwork up in black and white showing, that I work for the company. So now it's gonna look like street business.
Get Amina to get the paperwork to put it in black and white, because if not, it's gonna look like street business. Because it is street business. They just don't want you to know. That's that deception piece. They don't want jurors to know. They don't want the police to know. So get it in paperwork so we can make it look legit. There's nothing legit about shooting a tour bus driver's car on a highway. There's none. This is the phone records. They move as a pack. They move as one. This is before, where Zachary, Winfrey, Sledge, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly are all in the general area of the vault. This is, when it's about to come up, is the compound, which is a little bit later. Zachary, Winfrey, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly, 142 to 304. They all have kind of similar times when they leave, similar times when they depart. And then the last slide is going to be Dolly and Jimmy Winfrey's phone records for when the shooting happened. And you can see the path of travel, and Winfrey's in black and Dolly's in orange.
Yeah, let's not bring up Dolly. Leave her out of this.
White Camaro that he hid and made the jail call to not get it found. And then he comes out and then it's YSL, death before dishonor. Jimmy Winfrey quite likely did not act alone. How do you drive a white Camaro going 80 down the highway and shoot that many times in a bus? Just think about it. It's common sense. They act as one, as you've seen.
Ooh, great question. How does Shamel Drinks put his foot on the brake, release it, and then put his foot on the brake again after he was shot at the base of his skull? Since we're asking questions.
This is 2 days later.
I'd throw that one out there.
3 other completely different YSL members, but all part of the same criminal street gang. Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge. Garlington gets jumped at Club Crucial. What do? They go on a shooting spree. First, they go shoot up 1428. Then they go shoot up 1903 Drew Drive. Back to back to back. This is Miss Bell. And when you talk about, credibility of witnesses, you don't believe Miss Bell's testimony because you like her. Everybody wants to drink a glass of vodka with Miss Bell. She was a sweet lady. You believe it because what motive does she have to come in here and sit and say that her house was shot up other than that it did? What motive does she have? What bias does she have? She's a good example. She's just in her bed trying to drink a nightcap and just hang out. And what happens? They shoot at her because they think that, her nephew or someone in YFN is there. That's not how it works in Fulton County. You don't just go shoot people's houses up because your ops there.
Gravity.
But again, they're above the law. This is the timeline, 220 to 406 to 551. This is Zachary with what looks like an AK-47 and Demekion Garlington, and there's Sledge wiping his nose. Just like, if you remember, he wiped his nose when he walked off that witness stand at y'all. So these are the things that they're telling you, and you're going to see photographs from these. First, it's going to be the Club Crucial shootings. When they post about guns, when they talk about guns, and then they tell you that they committed the crimes, it's not rocket science. Take them at their word, what the evidence has shown. These kind of retaliation is, again, Demekion's jumped. We got to protect him. It's a us, it's a we, it's an enterprise, right? And they act together because you have strength in numbers, protection and shootings. But this was a fist fight. It was a shooting in the parking lot, and then they go to other homes, travel intentionally down there and shoot. Again, they're moving together in concert. As you saw from the Donovan Thomas phone records, the Shamel Drinks phone records, the Little Wayne phone records. We didn't put in phone records of this, but I think it's quite clear who did it and why they did it from the testimony of Zachary and Sledge and what we impeached them on. 34 shell casings. Drew Drive, roughly 2 hours later, right? This is where Miss Battle's apartment was, and it's just an apartment right by the street. All these shell casings in the middle of the street, refrigerators and ovens shot. All because someone jumped Demekion, and so they go, no questions asked. Again, they don't have to sign on the dotted line. They have agreement, they have knowledge, they act in concert, and the criminal objective is to help the street gang, which is go get revenge. That's the RICO in action. So if you're asked, well, did Kendrick and Stillwell agree to be a part of a group that would commit racketeering activity? Did they agree to participate knowingly and willingly? And you have all these shootings, and you say, did they think that was it reasonably foreseeable, understanding when they joined that multiple shootings would go on with YSL? You bet there is. You've seen it, right? They don't back up. They don't quit. They keep hanging out, shooting, and associating and publicly bragging about YSL over and over. This is roughly a month minus 7 days from when this shooting spree happened that these two, Garlington and Zachary, do. They can mess with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide. Take their word for it. Because an aggravated assault could be a murder. It just missed. So they're shooting. They're telling you I am. And then they want to act like, I'm just kidding. It's obviously not a joke. It's not a facade. It's very real. Conspiracy to commit murder, which is Diamante Kendrick and Martinez Arnold, same neighborhood, Summerhill area, Confederate area. They have a stolen handgun and a long gun, and they're riding yet again after a fight. And this time it's not a nightclub, it's a strip club, Magic City. And you heard that brief snippet of a jail call where Kendrick's talking about it and talking about how Duke just called him, right? So, again, little questions, little actions, just driving and get stopped in the same area of town where Kelvin Watts and Miss Bennett and YFN Lucci and YFN, all of that area of town. It's not a coincidence. It's the same victim, same area. This red circle is going to be the stolen firearm. That's the long gun. This is Overt Act 111. 5 years later, you have the same two individuals in a slime T-shirt with Martinez Arnold. Again, they're still hanging, associating. And then on the May 9th, 2022 stop, Martinez Arnold and Kendricks are at that house that has all of those firearms and the marijuana out in the open. Nothing's changed except time. Public displays of allegiance. This is the photograph that I believe investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on T.R. Jones' murder, introduced. Does that apartment complex look quite familiar to the steps of Miss Bennett's? It's because it's 988 Confederate Court, that Confederate Court area. ABG territory, which is, and that's Kelvin Watts, right? And this is where they were headed. And obviously in 2022, they're still trying to shoot and kill, shell kill Kelvin Watts. You see how over time it's the same acts. That's conspiracy. It's just right before you. Now, objective 4. Remember how I said at the beginning, sometimes those stolen firearms or the robberies can play up multiple ways? This is a good example of it. Money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity. So those robberies and thefts, you could find them as they conspired to violate B, to participate in the enterprise, or A, they conspired knowing that they could acquire and get property a lot easier. Either one. The evidence can sometimes fit multiple. And you have the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Now, I'm not going to walk through all of the drugs we introduced or firearms or items. I'm just giving you a snapshot. That criminal objective has multiple. I think I would focus on the areas of where they are if there's other people with them. And I think this might have skipped through faster than I anticipated. This is obviously the May 9th, 2022, which is Jeffrey Williams' home. I'm going to go back one. And while that's coming up, I may get some help and put up one of these easels that we'll talk about.
Oh, man. Yeah. We're going from the PowerPoint to the easel, getting fancy with it. She's like, can I go up there now?
This just has agreement, enterprise, and pattern. This agreement to be a part of the enterprise, a pattern, and they all flow together, right? So evidence if they agreed, they go and shoot rivals together. We go and shoot the same rivals with the same people together. Evidence for agreement, evidence for pattern. Does the YSL enterprise exist? Is it a loosely formed group of individuals for a same common criminal purpose? All of these three kind of feed together. So this triangle is just a visual way to help think through this. Okay, well, it's catching up with me. And I apologize for this. But what's going to come up next, this is the Green Store, right? This is a picture of Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell. You have August 23, 2013, where one of the first witnesses, Sergeant Heeb, H-E-E-B, he was with an officer, Viverito. Sound familiar? 50 individual packages of clear marijuana. And this area of town is not far from where the Windsor Street gas station is in 2022, where Shamel Drinks was last seen alive before that stoplight. This is Trontavious Stevens' possession of marijuana after a traffic stop where he was with Stillwell. You've seen kind of over the years, multiple, sometimes at around 151 Cleveland, drugs. You've heard about the May 9th, 2022, all of the drugs that were found in that house. This is just a snapshot. These are some overt acts that you could use for this criminal objective of unlawful distribution of drugs. So I just include this as a tip. I'm not going to walk through every one. Act 48, 2015. Act 49, 2015. Act 65, 2017. 2020, it spans 7 years. BB, Nichols, Stevens, right? You've heard and seen pictures of them, identifiers of YSL over time in similar areas dealing drugs. That's another benefit or perk or objective of being in this kind of group, because no one's going to want to mess with you when you're going around shooting people and saying, I'm going to shoot. It helps you to unlawfully distribute drugs a lot easier in certain areas. Now, Objective 5 is obstructing law enforcement, right? So you've heard about this in multiple ways. This is intimidation of witnesses, because that helps the enterprise, because then you can't get caught. Maybe you can fool or deceive a juror, a detective. A pattern repeatedly publicly saying you'll lie to all your family and friends and then come in here and tell the truth, basically saying, hint, hint, why can't you lie in court? And you need to get killed. And then agreement where all of them benefit and know and participate in this. So what evidence do we have of attacks on law enforcement? Well, one of the first acts you saw is Trontavious Stevens, where you heard from the vehicle that was stolen and Officer Pettis, and there was that firearm and that yellow bucket where he tried to go and arrest Stevens, who has this slime tattoo on his body, and then he brandished a handgun, pointing it at the firearm. Intimidation. Now, that officer was undercover, right? But he's trying to stop him and apprehend him, and he's just basically, I'm above the law, right? The same message that Shannon Stillwell is saying in present day. They don't think they could be held accountable. Police can't stop me. Now, we've talked about the armed robbery of Derek Dodson.
Yeah.
But this also proves this objective, and I'll show you why. That's former and present. That's the...
DK, little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga. Yeah, he said it. For no reason, boy.
For no reason.
He's shooting for no reason,
He's shooting at 12, the police, for no reason.
Shooting at child. Yeah, that nigga just stopped, boy, for no reason, Carter.
That's Adrian Bean's words, right? And then
he got it on him. And he got the screen up on him.
Bloody DK.
Bloody DK, and I got the strap on me, and he throws up Rock Crew at the time. And he's just shooting at 12 for no reason. Another attack on law enforcement. That, again, you don't want to get caught. You just tried to rob Derek Dodson, so you don't want to get apprehended by the police. Officer Rogers. You're going to hear what people say before and after some of this and their viewpoint on law enforcement.
Down, I'm better take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck up jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch.
This is that killing 12 shit, and that's Christian Eppinger in the Cleveland Avenue area shooting Officer Rogers. That's not just words. That's a mentality of, again, slimes are above the law, and it's a public message of that. I can't think of a more clear, raw example of that than this. Don't just believe what they say, believe what they do. And he's just trying to arrest him for a warrant. And what does Rodelius Ryan say after this happens? If you look at his TV screen, you're going to see Officer Rogers' photo pop up. And this is the message he has for his fellow YSL gang member after he just attempted to murder Officer Rogers for doing his job.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man.
Here's Officer Rogers.
Yeah, man, live the chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. And we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Jeez. Yes, sir.
Get off the social media.
Free the gang.
That's in the hood.
Yeah, YSL shit.
YSL shit.
Yeah.
Just like the song said,
Slack
YSL shit, killing 12 shit. This is Ryan bragging and boasting about his fellow gang member trying to shoot Officer Rogers. And then he says slap, right? This shows you how they view the enterprise.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. By the way, the gang way. Big Brish with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. You smell me?
Overt Act 180.
This nigga lie to your kids.
You know, so Ryan's words there are kind of telling, right? Because he views what Eppinger did on the one hand by himself as a collective, we, us, he's with me, and he's saying YSL and SLAT, because it boosts your street cred. Quite frankly, it boosts your street cred to shoot at the police. And that furthers your gang because you get more of a reputation. And that's what you've heard from the gang detectives and seen why Ryan would have this positive reaction and collective us to Eppinger doing that. It wasn't just Eppinger alone. It's a we, it's a us. And any overt act done to further the conspiracy is held against everyone, to include these defendants. Because when you knowingly and willfully join a criminal enterprise, you got to buy the good, bad, and the ugly. Now, we've talked about intimidating witnesses. I started with that video of Jeffrey Williams. What's Antonio Sledge's position on
You
this?
lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk-ass people the God-honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
And that's Antonio Sledge as a witness, right? So you realize what people say outside of court. Think about that Antonio Sledge and that. And it, how people are in the witness stand, right, is quite different. But you don't want to get caught. You don't want people to come in here and tell them. It's as clear as that. Miss Bennett, Antonio Sumlin, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, Kenneth Copeland, about to be Adrian Bean up here, Wooney Lee. You saw their reactions, the awkward pauses, the kind of contemplation of, man, what am I going to say here? Yeah. Or some bad piece of wiretap or jail call that gets played that doesn't sound good. Trontavia Stevens and Adrian Bean. This is alluding to, you heard from Mariah Smith about the threats for her testifying in the murder of Jamari Holmes trial and coming to court. And this is a brain and a rat emoji. She got threats for talking to law enforcement. Again, you don't want people to come forward because it helps Rodelius Ryan not get caught. It helps the criminal enterprise stay abreast. That's an overt action furtherance of conspiracy. What's a pattern of racketeering? So all of these crimes, these aggravated assaults, these murders, it's not, they actually did a pattern, but the conspiracy is, did they knowingly and willfully conspire to join YSL knowing that that could be a possibility? I think it's ludicrous to say otherwise, right? They knew exactly what they signed up for when they tattooed YSL on their body and shot people for YSL. And it can be from anyone. Within 4 years of each other, they're not in it for the long haul. You don't tattoo your face if you're just in something for a couple weeks. It's a permanent thing. And you've seen evidence in present day and evidence in the past that's shown that allegiance. And that's where this agreement, pattern, and enterprise all play together. You have agreement for the enterprise. There's a pattern of racketeering activity, shootings, murders, robberies, that feed and promote the enterprise. That's RICO conspiracy. And it can be by any co-conspirator. But you certainly have overt acts from both of them. What is interrelated? This is key, right? What makes a pattern of racketeering interrelated? Same victims, same accomplices, same or similar intent, results, or methods of commission. With what we've talked about so far, you've seen a repeated pattern. The same opposition group moving together, the same individuals committing it. Over and over, all of these interrelated, they're not just interrelated, it's like a yarn of, it's like a ball of yarn that's just so intertwined, tight, you can't get out of it. It's like they're all related. And I'm going to show you some examples of that will cut through time and cut through RICO conspirators, and you'll see patterns and connections that can be hard to miss with all of this evidence. So let's focus on some distinguishing characteristics. So what's the best evidence that someone violated conspiracy to violate RICO? Is they actually did it. That's, if you want to figure out if someone wants to conspire to rob a bank and they go rob 20 banks, well, they probably agreed to do that bank robbing. It's as simple as that. So let's look at what they did.
Not necessarily.
Let's look at what they said and look at how it's related. Same victims, same accomplices. So I'm going to show you some examples that are going to mirror together exhibits from different parts of the trial. Actions speak louder than words. They just do. It's like what your grandparents say, or dad or mom, don't do what I say, do what I do. So believe them. Let's see what they do and how they do it and why it's interrelated. So we're going to see some patterns. They move as a pack, right? What's going to come up is the cell phone records from O.G. Bentley's house, or the spot on Oak Drive where you heard testimony about. This is after the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is both what Copeland and Zachary say that they all went to get rid of the gun and to get rid of the car, because they don't want murder weapons to get caught with them, obviously. So the same individual who called Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen 3 months later when they pull up with a stick, You don't think that Demise McMullen killed Donovan Thomas with Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick driving, and Justin Cobb, and then would go to his friend O.G. Bentley? Of course he would. And where do they go? I mean, 755, 750, this is McMullen and Williams. That's O.G. Bentley's house. 5 minutes of each other. They go from up north, where Sky House is, to down there. Let's look at the next slide. Bradford, 747, O.G. Bentley's house. You need a common place to take guns and cars. It's not a coincidence they all just woke up and decided to go, have a pizza party at O.G. Bentley's, within 30 minutes of the murder of Donovan Thomas in a car rented by Jeffrey Williams. That's not a coincidence. And that Copeland and Zachary just guessed randomly of where they traveled. They knew.
Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about
Treadwell, right? He's all over this Oak Drive address because that's where his house was. Now, fast forward, this is Chamel Drinks. Where do they go after the murder of Chamel Drinks? This is Farley, Garlington, and Jackson. The times are a little different, but the general direction of travel is to, look, here's the airport, there's the airport, there's the airport, there's 70. They go to the same location after a murder for a variety of reasons. Maybe to get their story straight. Maybe to all have a common place to go to get away from when you just commit a murder. This is 2022. That was 2015. That's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear example of one. Now.
Wow. That's crazy, Catholic Papa.
Common places to stash and store. You've heard about the web. You've seen more recently Waters Road, and you used to hear reference about the dugout, but the web and Waters Road come up frequently. What were some similarities between them? There are places where they can store their guns and can frequently go where no one's going to catch them or bother them. This is Trontavious Stevens. This is Antonio Sumlin. He has the slime tattoo on his body, and Sumlin has YSL here and multiple king slime on his forearm. This is the web. There's that YSL. There's the surveillance video right there. Looked kind of similar to Waters Road. Completely different locations. This is from the Instagram where one slug, I'm going to the web. And then there was this wiretap.
We back at the web. What, slug on spot? Yeah, we got that spot now. We ain't slug spot though.
We're back at the web. It's not slug spot. It's now my spot. They exchange guns. They exchange locations to help the gang. It's quite simply that, right? They need a spot to be able to hang out and lay low. Fast forward to present time. We're about to talk about and see Waters Road. And you saw the phone records both in March, the ankle monitor, it was 3,000 something times per minute that defendant Stillwell was at that 2830 Waters Road. It's not a coincidence, right? You saw that surveillance at the web. Yes, you can have surveillance system in your home, but with the evidence of guns, and let's go to the web, Waters Road, with all of the assault rifles and bullets that were there, that's the surveillance video on the 16th. That's the cables removed on the 17th. Same address, Waters Road. It moves and talks and walks very similar to the web. Different locations, YSL members to help the enterprise. They all agree to be a part of it, from the tattoos and the shootings and the actions, and there's a pattern. There's a clear pattern. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this pattern. Same or similar intents and accomplices. So follow me with this. So Donovan Thomas, murdered January 10th, 2015, by YSL. Wife and Lucci, whose mother's house is shot on the 22nd of January and the 26th of January, 2015. And then what do they say? What do they do? What are their methods of attacking or harming a rival? Well, that's the 22nd, 1007 Hill Street. And then the 26th, that is, a window, a mirror window in her home. Is it a coincidence he shoots at, not, I shoot at his mommy, he no longer mentions me? Maybe it is. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But then when you see the text messages, right, between Huey and Thug, go handle that, Slatty, it kind of takes on a little different feel to it. All right, so keep going. What other actions do YSL members have with, and if you remember, right, the gun that Zachary had that he was arrested with got tied to those shootings. So this is where guns change. Multiple conspirators work together in concert. This is a tweet or Instagram from Jeffrey Williams, if I didn't like what you did for your mothers and kids, I would have been killed you. That's 2019. And then you have in 2020, coincidentally, Kendrick with slat and a snake on him standing on the same Mr. Bennett's car, right? A clear sign of disrespect with a middle finger. And then fast forward, it's not just funny tweets or funny songs or funny cars, right? Let's keep going with this. Same victim, same YSL members throughout all of this. There's the flyer we talked about, right? There's the tweet, go handle it. You saw examples. You saw another example of that when Viv Rito was on the stand. Now, not only do they shoot at his mother's house, murder his friends, tweet at him, disrespect his car, then they try to stab him and actually do stab him in the jail, but they try to kill him is what I meant to say. And you saw the text messages about that. So let's walk through that, right? This is spanning from 2015 to 2022. Agreement, enterprise, pattern. This is when Jaden Myrick stabbing YFN Lucci in the jail. That's YFN Lucci. He's actually stabbed, right? This isn't just some fake violence. Then, this is Shannon Stillwell that same day.
They got me on PC with the boys. Oh, there's on PC.
And this is Eppinger and Summer.
Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at.
Remember that?
Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the zone with. What you in the zone with? Lucci, nigga.
It's unspoken agreement, right? Why is someone Eppinger, Kendrick, Zachary have a gun, Shannon tweeting just wet, Lucci's, you know what, ASS up? Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Same victims, that's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear pattern. Now let's take this a little bit further. Christian Evans, right? The same one who robbed Raven Hill with a YSL on his face is calling someone who has YSL tattooed permanently on his body and is talking about going to stab Lucci and get permission, right? So these same co-conspirators just work together over time. It's going to come along. What we're going to show, see, there's someone, right? Can't spell slime without me, the biggest. Publicly, full allegiance. Did they knowingly and willfully agree to be part of YSL? What do they say? What do they do, right? It's as simple as that. That is how you can know the evidence showing that. All right. Now, what's the common denominator with fellow Watts?
His mic went out again, y'all. I'll see if I can turn it back up.
Fellow Watts, Shell Kale, and Diamond Thomas, right? You just saw a picture of Diamond Thomas and Mr. Bennett. You saw the actions that the YSL criminal street gang did and thoughts about him. So here's yet another friend in a public picture with Diamond Thomas, fellow Watts. What are their viewpoints on him? This is Zachary and Sledge publicly threatening him in 2015.
You little strip dip ass nigga.
We ain't really going back and forth, no nigga.
You little bitch ass nigga.
I know where we at.
I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Plop, plop, plop. Nigga. Whoa.
They said they ain't really going back.
Mr. Atkins, Mike.
Here we go. He's gonna fix it.
I'll just use a okay.
First restroom break. Oh my God, what do y'all think so far? Now, Amy keeps saying that it's looking like they're gonna take turns. God, I hope not. I really do hope not. We don't have much delay, so we're gonna have to wait for them to come back. I'll read some super chats in a minute. Shout out to Stephen G. Thank you, man.
Can you hear me now? Just was too loud. Okay.
Amy said Miss Hilton's going to be up next. All right. I won't be too bad. Amy with the breaking news says Miss Hilton is going to be up next. Now the recording switched sides. It was in this ear. Now it's over here. It should be good for y'all though. Let's see how long this bathroom break is. I'm going to read some of these super chats though. Thank y'all so much for the super chats in here. I think I already read these from my guy DeWarren, but I'll put them back up anyway. Shout out to you. She said Crips in Chicago. They literally have 0 Crips in Chicago. She will also do closing because she's running for a house seat. Look it up if you weren't aware of it. Blessings, love your channel. Love the channel. Thank you so much. And then Asia says, who would you choose to represent you? Love or Hilton? I think I answered that. Thank you for the 2 bomb. Y'all are saying neither. Most of y'all say you were going to represent yourselves. Cynthia Harts became a new member. Welcome, Cynthia. We've got Nicolas in here with the 5 bomb. He says 3 months and I'm here to stay. Thanks to you, ClassE, and Amy. Shout out to Amy. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Y'all go make sure you subscribe to her channel too. The link to subscribe to Amy's channel is in the description. We've also got Luke in here. What does Luke say? Don't spend time looking for something that you want that can't be found. Yeah, that's the song. That's in the Jungle Book too. We got Joyce Walker in here with the 20 bomb. Thank you, Joyce. What'd she say? Keep up the great work, ClassE Beats and Amy. I appreciate you. I know Amy does too. We've got Michelle Corley in here with the 5 bomb. Says, I am dumbfounded by the childish look-alike apparel. Immature. There's no crimes committed by the defense. They didn't prove
Anybody that
squat.
needs to can go ahead and use the restroom.
I agree 1000%.
Then we'll finish the states open and we'll break for lunch.
Okay, so they're gonna do. Oh, they're gonna break after this. Good Lord. All right. Also, shout out to Leslie Abrahams in here. Gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Leslie, make sure that you say thank you. Mr. Brown in here dropped a 2 bomb. A Fitz became a new member. Thank you. Amy dropped the super sticker. Says she tied. I feel you, Amy. And Les Cleaver over there as well says this is game over. Sheesh. Stephen G in here with the 3 bomb says, if love takes the floor, it's in the bag. Amy is saying, she mentioned earlier that Miss Love is, no, she said Miss Hilton's gonna be up next. Where did her comment go? Yep, Amy said Hilton's up next, so I don't know if we're gonna see Hilton before lunch or not. I'm honestly surprised that Judge Whitaker is gonna come back for 45 minutes. Let me see. How do y'all think juror number 56 is feeling? He was the one that was trying to get up out of there. Too late. You had your chance. Oh no, Michi said love is a closer. What? Oh God, I hope not. I hope not. Oh my goodness. Amy says they might break for lunch before she gets up. Yeah, I have a feeling that she's gonna break too. And again, to everybody who's in here, thank y'all so much for liking the video. If you could take a second and like the video, it really, really, really does help out the channel. So thank y'all so much. I see y'all. These niggas lacking. It's rough. Oh, Patricia said she's gonna pick me and Amy to defend her. I think you'll be in good hands. You'll be in good hands. Amy can be up there doing the talking. I'll just be handing her papers and stuff. Let me see. You know love is closing. Slow breeze. I hope not. I really hope not. Rice Street said don't do it. Rice Street, we already know what's going on with you. You about to get in big trouble. Don't worry about what we got going on over here. Paige said the state was going to finish, then break for lunch. So maybe we won't see love at all. Ugh. We'll have to wait and see. Demetria asked a good question. How long has the state been up? I think they have 5 hours. I believe they have 5 hours. They've been up so far for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, somewhere around there. Dietrich Blackwell says 56 is over this case. You'll be the reason for a hung jury. 56 already said, I cannot stand Miss Love. I can't stand the state. I'm not going to be able to be unbiased. And Judge Whitaker said, well, I mean, you're not really supposed to be unbiased. You're just supposed to make a decision based on the evidence. Can you do that? And he's like, I guess. All right. Oh, man. Robert Hirschfield says, you know, Kamala Harris did the same thing in California, putting black men away for weed. I think is left. Yeah, a lot of people weren't happy about that. Yeah, there he goes. Marijuana. Kamala was out there doing work on them ninjas, locking them up left and right. And then had the nerve to be like, hey guys, guess what? All that work I did when I was a DA, I'm going to reverse it. You can smoke weed now. Aren't you guys happy? Oh man, she did the brothers dirty. Let me see if let me double check and see if there's any updates on when we're coming back. There's people are cooking Mr. Atkins, man. Let me see. I don't see anything. Anthony Thomas says, who put the 2 ketchup containers at my table? Oh, y'all leave them alone. Amy, their red suits and Miss Love opening statement about a wolf giving Little Red Riding Hood. Ooh. I like that, Amy. I see the vision. I see it. I see it. Kyrese is in here, says 56 is ready to go. They'll be dropping a mixtape featuring Young Thug in 2025. Yo, that would be wild. Nikolai says if you need 5 hours to say why people are guilty, then you're saying you did not prove that they did. What do y'all think the jury will think? And I asked you guys in the poll, and if you're watching this on the replay, you can answer in the description or in the in the comments. Let me know what you think. I asked, what will the verdict be? Over 600 of you voted, and 90% of you said not guilty. 10% of you said guilty. What do y'all think? Let me know in the chat what y'all think about the verdict. And there's still several parts of this indictment that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell are being held responsible for. You know, we've got the RICO, we've got the attempted murder, we've got murder. Slow Breeze says, I am the 10%. Slow Breeze, which part of this indictment do you think they're going to be found guilty on? On all counts? Or do you think it's just going to be the RICO? Think it'll be not guilty on the murder? What will their sentence be? Probation. Ooh. So Slow Breeze is saying, that's interesting. You're saying they're going to get time served and probation. I mean, for a murder charge though, if you're saying they're going to be found guilty on the murder charge and they're going to get probation, I'm not seeing that at all. They got to do some more jail time. If you're found guilty on the murder charge, you just can't be sitting around on probation. So Slow Breeze, let me know exactly what you think they're going to be found guilty on. I'll be interested to know. And Mr. Brown says not guilty all day. A Fitz, according to the news, prosecutors have requested 5 hours and the defense have 2 hours each. So I'm guessing we will see all of the prosecutors, unfortunately. Oh man. Slow Breeze says they'll be found guilty on the gang charges. The RICO, they will not be found guilty. Okay. Valencia Kirkland says, "ClassE, what children's book is Miss Love going to use when she disclosing?" You know what's going to be.
All right.
Miss Love's gonna get up there. She's gonna be like, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. 1 fish, 2 fish. Red fish, blue fish." From one of my favorite Dr. Seuss books. And you know why? You know what the red fish is? That's the big fish. And why is that red fish the big fish? Because that big fish is dripping in blood. You see me up here in this red? It's a reminder to you. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. What is the blue? Crips. YSL was not only red, they were also blue. We have a hybrid gang. And this hybrid gang was running all through Fulton County, causing destruction and mayhem. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to remind you today of why YSL was not only red, they are also blue. Just like my favorite children's book. Oh, Lord. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's see what Judge Whitaker has to say. The show's over. We'll see if Miss Love takes that route. I don't know. I got to stop coaching her up.
All right,
I coach Miss Love up too much.
Can we see if the jury is ready and get them back as soon as possible since we got a late start this morning?
Stand on a wall.
Can you
Humpty
move
Dumpty.
that a little bit
Got a
because
great
that's
phone.
kind of blocking the defense's view of the jury.
No, I'm coaching up Miss Love. She's going to see, she watches the channel, y'all. She's going to pull up
I don't
with
know.
the red
Is that
fish.
okay? Is that better?
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
no, that's not better. Either move it way over here or way over there.
Right. Street
Now
said,
I can't see the jury.
I don't like green
That's
eggs
not
and
gonna
ham,
work.
but
Put it way
YSL
over
does.
there, maybe.
Well, I'm talking about.
I mean, that's fine, but
I'll put it, is that right?
that works. Sorry.
That's all right, though.
Oh, not chicken
I don't know
chicken
who
boom
designs
boom.
courtrooms,
Oh my
but I
God.
don't think they ask anybody
My
who
kids love
uses
that book.
courtrooms. Jury ready? All right. They do, yes. Now we have 3 podiums, so.
Clifford the big red dog. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Young Dread. I appreciate you. Yeah, Steve said, hey.
You
Don't
can
coach her
roll
up.
the screen over this way some maybe, if you want them to be able to see
Do not
both.
coach Miss Love up. Oh man. He said
Now it's not the
Clifford the
time.
big
Let's
red
do
dog.
that at lunch. 30 more minutes or so. Thank you.
What happened?
I think that screen maybe stopped working halfway through. So the other one.
Lady in the
either
tramp.
the one
Oh,
above or
Amy,
the one-
come on.
I think the one below doesn't work, but the one above.
Taking
will.
shots.
They'll switch it up at lunch.
You ain't slick, Amy. The little county that could. Where the wild things are. That's what I probably should have used. That would have been an even better one. One of my favorite children's books. Where the wild things are.
Thank you. All right, I think y'all probably saw that
sorry.
your lunch is there. We've got about 30 more minutes of Mr. Atkins' opening And then
Lord,
we'll
help
break
us.
for lunch, and then we'll come back and hear the defense closings, okay? All right, go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
We ain't really going.
So
Easy
you saw
there.
that video right in 2015, and here we have the
Microphone's
same
still not working.
video, right? Kelvin Watts, Nut Life times 2, because you have Shamel Drinks, Kelvin Watts in this post, and that is the projectile from that murdered Shamel Drinks, and the projectile that murdered Donovan Thomas. Same victims, right? You had Donovan Thomas with Lucci, and you saw how they treated Lucci. Now Donovan Thomas with Kelvin Watts, and you saw the connection. Similar victims over time with different YSL co-conspirators committing the crimes, often together. Not always the same, but similar patterns, which is important for RICO. Now, other connections. You heard about...
Shadow Fox, that's wild.
And we got to take Buddy's name out of the song in case she gets whacked.
I fuck around and get whacked. You know that shit come down on us. Yeah.
Because it's going to come down on us. This lets you know that they try to toe the line to get right to where they can diss an op or say something but have some deniability. And then this is a song. That's Garlington. Get shell whacked. It doesn't, yes, it's just a song, but when you're shooting and continuing to promote violence on the same people, that creates a pattern. And that was Demikion Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, who was those phone calls you heard about the night of Shamel Drinks' murder. So what other connections do we have? Well, if you keep going, we talked about this drug sale, right? This is Durante Beebe. Who was with him? Darius Ford, right? This is back in 2020 at, I believe, 151 Cleveland. There's Darius Ford. Now, you have, it should come up here. This is Rodelius Ryan and Durante Beebe, right? So remember this. Ford, Beebe, Ryan, it's like a 6 degrees of separation through different crimes. So follow me here. This is Darius Ford and Rodelius Ryan.
We right back running through this shit. Yeah, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We right back running through this shit. Fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings.
Guns at the camera.
Peace and blessings like shit. Peace and blessings.
This is Rodelius Ryan saying FYFN. Then you have Garlington, right? We got y'all boys. Ryan, Ford. This is Darius Ford. That's Christian Miller. That Garlington's posting, right? It's the YSL enterprise and how they view each other. And if you exact violence on one of them, they're all going to try, or if you get a rival or an op, it's for the gang. It's for the enterprise. And then if we keep going with this, this is 05 Driving Slim. This is Christian McMiller with Rodelius Ryan at Slime Business Rod, right? And he puts the heart emoji in the snake. Then you have Shannon Stillwell and Darius Ford, right? And then you have Garlington talking about spinning it every night.
When I smoke, you're not
So
in
playing a song where
Spin that
in the
shit
mix
every
of
day, every
shooting
night.
Shamel
Back to
Drinks,
back to
right?
back to back to back.
So yes,
Y'all niggas
it's a
can't even
song,
trap.
but it has
Nothing
a different
post
context
up, nothing
when
kill
you
with the
know what they
whole
do.
barbecue, man. We spin.
This is from Ryan's Instagram, right? Slap. This is SB. What's up? Using Garlington's Instagram to Rodelius Ryan, right? There's connections between the co-conspirators, and it shows a pattern where they commit crimes together. It may just be Darius Ford and BB selling drugs, but then it also may be shooting up all of these homes or murdering people, and they work in concert together. Now, it has to have, what is an enterprise, right? In this case, it's the criminal street gang. It's got to have a common purpose. It has to have a common kind of ongoing nature. It doesn't have to be a formal, like, employee roster or something like that. It can be a loose or informal relationship
21.
It's as simple as that. You've seen how the way that YSL, the common identifiers, and the way that they act and speak in concert shows that they have, I would argue, more than a loose relationship with one another. In determining it, you can use the pattern to prove the enterprise. This is where the crimes themselves and how they're committed kind of help you. And is there an enterprise? Well, the way that they work in concert shows you that there is. and I misspelled. There's always one word in every slide, and I've checked this thing 20 times, so I apologize. Racketeering. I knew there'd be one. Okay. So, is this a RICO?
Right? Yeah, Uncle had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. That's why I was telling y'all the last time I told you. I say when the mild leaving classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we called
racketeering.
We called you soon. He got up there, but see what Uncle was trying to see. And they were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and probably jumped in with some YSL niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what folk were trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
So do it for Phil, right? Trying to get protection is with in the other car with Parmavius Nichols after the murder of Shamel Drinks. Talking about Unfunk. Do it for Phil, the person who's hashtag top shotter, happy snake day at Slime Business Ride, is Miles Farley. The same person who's in the Ford Fusion with Parmavius Nichols when they're at the gas station and then pulls out behind Shamel Drinks, right? So you see this connection and support where when one goes in jail and someone tries to jump Farley, the gang gets protection. And they may use an allied gang. That's a pattern, and it's to further the enterprise because you don't want to get caught or get harmed. So take it a step further. This is Christian Eppinger, YSL Brish. That's Unfunk he's posting. Here's Eppinger, Wooney Lee, and BB, right? Only the slimes, all together. Now, when you have Unfunk, Garlington, Sumlin, so you have Eppinger in 2016 saying free Unfunk, right? Then in 2022, you have Christian Eppinger and Sumlin having that jail call to try to get Lucci, and then you have Unfunk and Garlington trying to get protection because YFN, the same group of Lucci, is trying to hurt Miles Farley. So there's connections between the acts. There's patterns in the interactions amongst each other. And if you take it a step further, then you have Wooney Lee with Shannon. You heard about No Slime Left Behind. Wooney Lee with Kendrick, actively promoting the gang. Yes, it may just be a photo, but when people think you murdered people, shot people, and got away with it, it has a different context to that. It has a much different context. What is Kenneth Copeland roughly 2 weeks before this indictment? How is he interacting, right? He comes up here like everything's in the past.
Let's not talk about
this is Kenneth Copeland.
He heard something about police been lock up 43, they got a 43-man indictment.
That what Font said?
That what Toon said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know he probably just talking. Ain't no telling.
Yeah. What you think for what?
I had dig out what's the name of him.
What you think for what though?
He just said RICO, I guess.
RICO, I guess.
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit. Let's stay off Instagram.
Better stay off Instagram. Yeah. Not like RICO.
Yeah.
What RICO? I'm not a criminal enterprise, right? They're casually Copeland, and it kind of makes you think when he's in this witness stand, like, I'm a changed man or I don't hang out with them anymore, right? This is him in April 23rd of 2022. If you look at the indictment date, it's May 9th, 2022. That's 2 weeks before that indictment. And he's calling Garlington, who he said told him about what happened, that all of these two defendants, when they murdered Donovan Thomas. Think about that when you determine credibility in RICO. Taking it a step further, you have some.
No, listen, man. I just got.
Well, it's the call where he says he just got off the phone with Woody, and that YSL stuff is hot. You need to take that down, right? And then at the very end of that, and I won't play the whole thing, but it's in evidence, they say, we need to take that YSL because it's hot, get off social media, right? So that shows you that they know, they just don't want to get caught. This RICO conspiracy, this is your verdict form. When we talked about A and B, it's going to look like this. As to conspiracy to violate subsection A, we the defendant. A, acquire and maintain property, knowingly and willfully conspire. B is those objectives I talked about. Did you participate in the enterprise, knowing and understanding that a pattern of racketeering, which remember, check the indictment for the crimes. Do you think that they knew, when these two defendants from January 10, 2015 onward, that there would be robbery, aggravated assault, intimidating witnesses? I mean, of course they did. But think about that when you look through this, because you have to decide, is it A or is it B? I believe it's both, but you can find either as a jury when you deliberate. And remember, some evidence can factor into both. The robberies can be A. The stolen guns can be A. They also can be a part of B when you create a pattern.
What do y'all think the jury's going to decide?
It's going to ask you about guilty, guilty. Please identify on the next page the overt acts you find. So when y'all agree unanimously on an overt act, and you got to find one after
Look at him coaching up the
2017. Jury. The good news is there's plenty that the state has proven happened after that date. So they shouldn't.
Listen, Mr. Atkins, this is not going to work. 56 already told you he don't like y'all. He is not putting guilty. It's just not going to happen.
Be hard to find. You write them down.
He's not going to do
it. If you need to write 50, write 50. If you need a pen, ask the court reporter. She'll come bring you an extra pen if y'all need and run out of ink. But fill it out on the form after this, once you all deliberate and talk through the evidence. And you will find them guilty of the RICO enterprise when you look at the evidence and the common sense, reasonable inferences from all of it and some of these connections. I just gave you a few. I could do this 6 degrees of separation with multiple crimes throughout the case, but I tried to pick a couple to show you. And participation in treating activity, this is much simpler. You know, the RICO enterprise and the criminal street gang is one in part the same. Criminal street gang activity is there is a gang, YSL.
Not a gang.
Clearly the evidence has shown at this point that YSL is a criminal street gang, right?
Nope.
Are they a part of that street gang? Do they commit criminal street gang activity? For purposes of this indictment, the judge will instruct you that the street gang charges, the firearm possessed during the drugs for Kendrick and the murder of Shamel Drinks for Shannon Stillwell, both murder and possession of firearm during commission of a felony, which is the drugs, are criminal street gang activity. So all you really have to decide, in my mind, is there a nexus to the street gang? And I'm going to, this goes on to explain criminal street gang activity, which the judge will tell you that for these crimes, they are street gang activity. You just have to find Kendrick and Stillwell and the YSL street gang, which for all intents and purposes is the same as the criminal enterprise we've just been describing. And I'm going to, B is in order to maintain or increase status. So you'll see Shannon Stillwell has B. When he murdered Shamel Drinks, do you think that was in order to boost his YSL street cred and increase his status? Of course it was. He had no personal disagreement with Shamel Drinks.
Stop the cap. That man did not kill Shamel Drinks. That's a terrible example. We know for a fact that Shannon didn't do it. Didn't do that. Terrible example.
The only reason to murder him is because you saw all this public posting about
it was
get
not
back,
Shannon.
revenge,
Come on, man.
And he has that tweet I had earlier of up the score. That, when Shannon Stillwell committed that murder, it was to further the street gang. There's no other reason that makes any sense. And it would certainly boost his common signs, symbols, and tattoos. I only have a snippet. This is very similar to the first witness belt nap, right? Y'all have heard ample evidence of all these identifiers. You've heard about Slat, Slime, the Lizard, the Snake, the Green, Copeland with the hand sign. Y'all are basically gang experts at this point, probably yourselves, because you've heard a lot about it. But it's important to show you the evidence over time. Tattoos, I've talked a lot about these. I think it's important to, these permanent YSL lifestyle. This is Trontavia Stevens. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's the Diamante Kendrick. Slime Life, YSL. Then you have face tattoos, Javon Fleetwood. Then you have Walter Murphy's going to come up and Christian Eppinger. Public YSL tattoos on their face. Essentially a walking billboard for the enterprise. And if you commit a crime with that on your face, it's to help let people know this is from YSL. Going a little bit further, 3 or more members, clearly there's 3 or more. RICO was 2 or more. Gang, you need at least 3. So you can't have a gang of 2 under the law. It's the same principle. That block is easily checked as an element. This is just pictures of multiple. This is Rodelius Ryan adding all of the slimes. This is Kendrick Copeland, Zachary ball up them slimes back in
Who's
2014.
Kendrick Copeland?
And that's Trontavious Stevens, again, showing you how they publicly accept and acknowledge the game, or at least when they're outside of a courtroom.
Kendrick Copeland?
Going further, this is Quindarius Zachary, November 6th, 2014.
Lil D.
Well, I'll keep going, but it's the video y'all watch where he says YSLD, big bullets, and he's pointing a gun at a camera. That's just him publicly. And then firearms, right? This criminal street gang is armed constantly. These are some examples of acts where this is Shannon Stillwell with that firearm, Trontavious Stevens with this firearm. Going further, that's Christian Eppinger with a stock of guns. YSL Brisk, who said they want smoke, that's Zachary, still don't know any better. YSL Little D. They have these firearms because they use them. They're not sport hunting, they're not collecting them, they're shooting people with them. As you've seen.
I might be with Slow Breeze. I think these
This
guys
is
are going to get
Waters
some
Road,
probation.
The drum magazine, the double magazine where it's taped together, that was the stolen one from the cargo. I'm just showing you examples, and if you think about it, it's quite a lot of guns, either in photographs or physically introduced. Why do they need them? For the enterprise, and for the context of this, the street gang. This is from May 9th, 2022. All of the guns in the home. Again, 2022 and 2015, they all are stopped and have and use firearms. That's the violence. That's the tool for the street gang. More firearms. This is from Rodelius Ryan in the middle with 6 firearms. This is Zachary with an AK, Zachary with an AK. This is Shannon Stillwell with nothing compatible in the trenches but a carbine, right? In 2020, Overt Act 115. Over and over and over,
Everybody
they
wants
show
this
you we
trench
have
coat.
guns, we use guns.
It's
We're
kind of
not
fire,
afraid
I'm
to
not gonna
use
lie.
it. Believe them. The evidence has shown it. Gang detectives, I'm not going to go through everything. I think you've heard a lot, right? And what they talked about was not fantasy. Gaither and Dennis, when they talked about getting woken up in the middle of the night with all of this 2015, they interviewed Walter Murphy. They interviewed Quindarius Zachary. They interviewed Copeland 6 times. Not an easy task. All of that stuff they did repeatedly. They didn't, and they all acknowledged. This is Jeffrey Williams. The cops asked them all. They know my business in all the jurisdictions. They all testified about YSL Street Gang, identifiers, identified members. Are they all wrong? Are they all just, Gaither and Dennis are just making up crimes? No. YSL is a criminal street gang as shown by their actions. And Detective Belknap discussed the origins of Rock Crew, how it became YSL. He also mentioned how YSL, the street gang he started hearing about in schools before the record label was formed, and the rivalry between YSL and Inglewood family. I just simple 2 words, or I guess it's 3. 2015 first wave. This is waves of violence and a tsunami of evidence about a criminal enterprise operating throughout. And the second wave, Viverito told you about it. She told you about all these back and forth shootings in 2019 and 2020, and she talked about what was going on in just 1 month, March of 2022. And all of these social media she was clipping by, it seemed like almost the hour, to show this public disrespect. Same group, same victims, same rivalry in YSL and YFN. Nothing has changed except time. That's how you know it's a criminal enterprise actively afloat. May 9th, 2022. So for Kendrick, he's with Duke, Martinez Arnold in 2015 when they're stopped by Trestle Tree. You've seen the photographs of the marijuana and the firearms. He's in Jeffrey Williams' house. This is in May of 2022. Him actively having this armed protection, firearms, and being in a house and then running when the police come with 2 other identified, documented street gang members. It furthers the gang's interest to have multiple YSL members together, even in one of their own homes, because as you've seen, they're going to always be armed and have firearms.
Death by
So
receiving,
all you
I
have
agree.
to decide, in my opinion, if you meet the other elements, is there a street gang? Is there 2 or more members? Is his possession of the marijuana and firearm collective construction, which Ms. Hilton will talk to you about, in furtherance of the gang? And I'll argue that it is. Shannon Stillwell's, when you talk about participation in criminal, I made it green to say found. Like I said, I don't need to belabor this much. I think it's quite obvious that Shamel Drinks is a textbook example of a gang murder, where they literally just shoot him because they happen to see him at a gas station. He's a rival, that they're following Kelvin Watts and other postings that are dissing or alluding to the murder of McMiller and Ford, and that's why he kills him. But you don't have a license to just kill who you want because they happen to be in an Instagram post or you think or they are associated with a rival gang. That's to boost his street cred within the gang. And then, every slime plays nasty. What does Wooney Lee say about that? Yeah, they can argue that they're just trying to watch the local basketball game on the nightly news.
The ESPN got bomb on me because we blowing niggas down.
He's got a gun and says ESPN because we're blowing people down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is Kendrick's tattoo. You're going to see.
So I don't know what else to say.
This is Miles Farley. ESPN tattooed on the back of his neck.
You haven't
this
said
is
anything.
going to be Christian Effinger coming up here. Rise and Slime, ESPN. And then I didn't clip it in there, but there's the song that Shannon Stillwell himself made where he literally says, every slime plays nasty. So these are common phrases, identifiers. And by nasty, they mean violence. You've seen it. Going a step further. Is this a street gang? This is going to be Wooney Lee and Rodelia Slime.
Fake, man, yeah, man, gang shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man, yeah, man, slime business shit, man.
Slime
man,
business
happy birthday to me, man. Really mean everything to me, man. This shit on me for real. Can you get the only tattoo on me, man? Gonna say it again. Nah, for real, no cap, nigga. Slack, nigga. It been a minute since I suited up. It been a minute since I suited up. It been a minute since I suited up. Where you from? Where your setup? P10 Clark, ready winning and he bothered me. I'm in the streets, took a party. I went to find a road to a gangster.
Technology jacked up on me, but it's their own words, right? Rodelius Ryan, it's Slime Business, Slack, and Wooney Lee.
Sex money mercy that's going on this set. I mean,
I'm the BEO. I'm the BEO of this Sex Money Murder set. You heard Belknap, Gaither, and Dennis talk about the Sex Money Murder.
What do y'all think?
Where YSL is a subset of that, right? It's their own words. They're not hiding from it. They're not slat on the finger. And then you're going to have again, Miles Farley, when the OGs don't feed, it boosts up the crime rate, right? They're actively telling you what they're doing, which was in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. You all saw this video. Again, take them at their word. Don't just take mine.
Wipe your nose, nigga. Wipe your nose. Yeah. Big B. I know this shit. Little baby rolling. Little baby rolling.
You got the baby out there throwing up.
For a small time.
Fucking bleeding slop in the fucking trenches, man. The fucking hate, man. Right now in the trenches, keep pistols. Light you bitches up.
And they do keep pistols, and they do light people up, which means shooting at them. What is YSL about? I said the deception. You have the flash and the fame and the lifestyle, and it's all a joke. And then you have the reality of YSL street gang members exacting violence on members of their own community repeatedly over the years with impunity. The intimidation. I think y'all all know well what we've shown and walked through, the violence publicly about witnesses who come in and testify, the way that people gets YSL amnesia, as I call it, when they sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life.
YSL amnesia?
It's not believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation to coming into a court and testifying.
He got
destruction. I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death. You've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license.
Yeah, I agree, man. I don't like that.
But what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate for impunity for a decade at citizens in Fulton County, because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest. It doesn't matter anything about who you are. You don't deserve to be victimized. And a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength. And the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence, the agreement that they've had from publicly proclaiming it is clear. That this RICO enterprise is very real. It's not just, it's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agreed to it. And they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count 1 RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hilt will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Chanel Drinks.
God.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna,
So Ms. Hilton's going to go.
And let's take until 12:30.
Just Whitaker said they're going to take till 12:30.
All right, for jury, please. All right, for jury.
I want to see. Yeah, I want to hear the defense some of this. So usually, y'all know, I get up out of here, but I don't want to miss the defense. So thank God Hilton's going to be up there, not Miss Love. So I don't know if we're going to hear from Miss Love because they said, let's see. So I think we're doing 2 hours, 2.5, 2.5, 2 is what I saw. Let me see. Somebody said it. Was
30.
it Thugger Daily?
On the jury charges that I sent, the overt act definitions include some that are previously defined, but on the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and possibly by a convicted felon, we will go back during lunch and make sure that the previous definition, when it's in the counts, covers only the crimes that these two defendants would be charged with, and that there may be others, so we may have to kind of do a little definition of those again to make sure that it includes whatever crimes might be alleged in the overt act. So that's one change that's going to need to be made.
Let me find
All right, see y'all back.
I'm trying to find, I think it was Thugger Daily that posted it. Hold on. Here we go. So 2.5 hours for the state, 2 hours for Doug Weinstein and Max Shart, and then another 2.5 hours after that. And then that might be it. So we'll have to see. Let me read some of these super chats real quick. Thank you again to everybody who's supporting, and I really appreciate y'all liking the video as well. It helps out so much. We got Stephen G in here, says if Love takes the floor, it's in the bag. Oh, thank God she's not. It sounds like she's not going to be up there. We'll keep praying though. Harp City says YouTubers plus networks over 30K watching. Yep, that's true. World of Heart drops the 20 bomb, or the 10 bomb, my bad, and says we wear red on Mondays or you can't sit with us. Well, that's not really a threat. World of Heart, or is it World of Hurt? My bad. It's probably World of Hurt. Says the Mean Girls of Atlanta, tuning in at a delay here in the UK. Thanks for your hard work, ClassE and Amy. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. King of Survival, my guy, dropped the 5 bomb, says great stream. I'm not always live with y'all, but I'm grateful for your recaps. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. All right, so it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a break, probably about 30 minutes. So let me see. Patricia said, you see how Love looked at the camera? ClassE, she's watching your show. Yeah, I know she watches. She's probably sick of all those videos I put out about her getting cooked by Judge Whitaker. Shout out to Prentice Jones in here. Says, ClassE beats, that's not how closing works. Only two attorneys speak for the state. The state goes first, then the defense goes, then the state presents their rebuttal. Atkins, defense, Hilton, jury. Correct. Yeah, and I think I just read that a minute ago. Fatima's in here. Good to see you, Fatima. How are y'all feeling about the presentation by the state, though, so far? How do you think Atkins did? Y'all give him a score between, let's say, 1 and 10. What would you rate Atkins' closing statements, 1 out of 10? Jasmine's in here, says, I think Atkins thinks that he's killing it right now. This is amateur hour. Sheesh. State has no rebuttal. Michi said negative 110. 0, 0, 2, 1, 6.5, says Steven. Thank you, Steven, for giving me a reasonable number. We've got a 4, a 3, 6.5, 3, negative 0. Asia says horrible, just analogies and songs. 0 for me. I would actually give him a 7 too. So I'm gonna go with everybody that's saying it's up there. The only reason I give it that high because he did make several good points about their activity and how it can be linked together. It took him some time to get there, but in his summary, he kind of showed how, like, this is a group. There were a lot of these overt acts taking place, and that has to be accounted for in some way. Is it a conspiracy? Did they do some of these things? I could see it. So I'll give him a solid 7. Ashley says negative 7. We got a 1, 3, 2. Dang, man. We got a 6 in there. Amy says negative 4. Is that even a number? What is 4 zeros? 2. Lily said she gives him a 1 for trying. God dang. Patricia asked a question. She's watching you while in court. 3. He's laying on them songs too much. Yeah, I can see that for sure. 2. Negative infinity, says Cassie. Dang, we got a 6. Right Street says he gives him a 3.14. Okay. We've got a 4. I'd give him a 4. What does Ashley say? I think they're going to find guilty on some charges and not guilty on others. Well, what do y'all think? Which charges are they going to find them guilty on? I could see maybe the gun charges, but even then, especially when it comes to Yak, that's gonna be tough to prove. 3, 4, 0. 3.1, 3.2, says Ann. We've got a 1. Okay, 1 for pure boredom. Big fact 0. I nodded off during his speech. Dang. His DEI score is 6. Oh, Lord. They got DEI for white males now. Is that what we're doing? Yo, that's tough. I don't think that's how that works. I guess it could work the other way around. Shari Lee says, I'd give him a 3, but the sleeves gave him a 3-point deduction. Oh my gosh. We got the fit checks in here too. Shane Shepard gives him a 4, 3, 0. Ducky Dexter says they're going to get him on drugs and gun charges. I think you might be right there. I think they're about to get a healthy Thanksgiving size helping of probation once this verdict comes back. Asia said
these niggas lacking.
Amy said Rice Street needs to call in. Rice Street ain't gonna call in. Assad says with the 2 bomb, thank you for the super chat. Atkins trying to get that baby on a RICO charge too. Yo, why'd they have the kid on video wiping his nose? Leave the kids out of it. That bothers me. Decline 3, he was all over the place. And he says, I'm waiting on some explanations from Rice Street. You won't get them. 0 from King of Survival. Stephen G says Shannon's going to get gun and drug charges and walks on the rest. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, they're going to get the baby on the RICO because he wiped his nose. Golly. I don't think the guns and drug charges are going to go away. But again, this is a jury. This isn't the judge. This isn't Fannie Willis. This is a jury of your peers. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Most of y'all are saying that you think they're going to be not guilty, though. I guess I should have put the charges in there. Kelly's in the building, says UK here. I keep thinking he looks like Hardy off of the 1940 duo of Laurel and Hardy. Not guilty. Thank you for tuning in from the UK. Shout out to the UK. Satin gives it a 3.1. John says everyone has pled or found guilty on something. Yeah, I think they'll get something. It'll most likely be the gun and drugs for sure. Amy said, would you prefer to see the kids being wiped? Hey, yo. What? I should have read this before I put it on the screen. Oh, man. Rebecca Hoover said Atkins did not do well, but I can't wait. The defense is going to, I can't wait to see, I think is what you meant to say. What the defense is going to say. Lauren Robinson says 0. Dang. King of Survival says, yeah, he proved gang, but nothing else that had anything to do with the two. Interesting. So you're saying because there wasn't a lot of mention of the gang activity that Yak and Shannon were participating in, other than being involved in YSL and just saying, yeah, YSL slap. That's an interesting point, King of Survival. And I can definitely see that because he mentioned Yak Gotti standing on top of a car, which was disrespectful. Okay. What? Okay. And what else did he do? He said Shannon may have killed Shamil Drinks. We all know that is not the case. We've seen the video. That's absolutely not what happened. So that's a really good point. The B says she's going to give Atkins a 3. Can't hear him. Paige said to use the mic. He's an idiot and didn't listen. God dang. Yo, y'all let him live. No, Amy's in timeout. I'm not reading any more Amy's comments. Harp City with the 5 bomb. Atkins looks like a conductor waving a baton in front of the orchestra. Now he's up there practicing his karate. You know, he'd be up there looking crazy. Thank you so much for the 5 bomb, Harp City. Lauren Robinson says 7. Lord, Ames, get your man. Hey, listen, I think it's 7 because y'all are looking at it because you just can't stand the state. And I get that. But if you're looking at it as a juror and how he presented it, and you're sitting right there in the courtroom, you can start to put the pieces together and see, man, maybe, you know, as much as I'd like to think there really wasn't a lot of evidence there, I'm a reasonable person, and reasonably looking at all the gang activity, all the criminal activity, I should say, that took place around this. As a reasonable person, could you see where maybe there were instances where they were talking in text messages, they were posting on social media, that this was a group of people that aligned to do a specific thing? Leave Thug out of it because Thug's not even here anymore. And he didn't get a RICO charge. I don't know. And he said, I can't believe you're putting me in timeout. I couldn't help it. I know. I baited you into that one. You took it. I ain't mad at it at all, Amy. Be you. We've got Young Dreads with the -1. Sheesh. Lily says, Atkin gave such an immersive closing. Too bad it was like a magic trick. He spoke for hours. Everyone nodded off and had a pleasant dream of finding love guilty. So good job, Atkins. Shout out to you. Yep. Don't put baby in the corner. You're not in timeout. The jury knows and remembers. Yeah, what I'm stuck on is the fact that it's Yak, Gotti, and Shannon we're talking about. And that's the problem with this whole RICO thing. You've got these two guys left standing, and we're looking at them saying they weren't really ganging it up like this. And they were making music. Well, Yak mainly. Yak was over there dropping music. He had a track with Gunna. Have y'all heard Yak Gotti's song with Gunna? Wanna Flow, I think it's called. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play a clip of it. Have y'all heard this yet? Oh, hold on. I need to turn the volume down because it's gonna be loud. Hold on a second. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because Gunna's gonna get me. But Yak was out there making music. Look at this. He was doing his thing, making music. He was literally a part of the record label. So you just want to say because he did what exactly? He was a part of a gang. I'm not seeing it. Amy's not feeling it. Golly. Yeah, right. Y'all type in free Amy in the chat. Oh my gosh. What does Shane say? Being a juror, the case lost when the TV detectives got caught up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. They brought in that whole expert. This guy, he's on First 48. Knows everything about cell phones, how to track them, looking at the cell phone records, all this stuff. And he didn't even talk about it in this case. This man was out here serving warrants and stuff. Start Club ClassE off with Yak. No. I won't do it. None of his representation showed evidence of murder, etc. He showed everybody but Shannon and Yak involvement in things outside the claims. I didn't see Yak and Shannon in there, but maybe 2 or 3 times. I still say Rico left town. He's hanging with Diddy. Oh my gosh. Hey, yo. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Diddy coming up soon. Ashley Bryan says, wish my college professors would grade as easy as ClassE. You're being way too kind to Atkins group project. I think he did a decent job. Michi says, ClassE, can you bring up the indictment on both real quick so we can go through the charges? Yeah, I could definitely do that for you. Give me a second. Y'all need to. Let me go ahead and bring up these charges so y'all can see what we're talking about and what we're looking at. Let me do this. And then we'll go here. I should have had a folder for these, but gotta make things complicated. Final disposition for Jeffrey Williams, indictment and charges broken down. I don't think that's it. No, that's not it. Motion to reconsider. Overt acts. I'm gonna find it. Y'all give me a second. I always struggle to find this. Cassie says, I think if I'm reading this indictment right, all of Shannon Stillwell's gun charges, are only included if they find him guilty for Shamil drinks. Well, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, we'll look at it here. Let me see. I've got so many PDFs in here. Disposition. Wraith of appellate. Here we go. All right, so let's see. And what counts did we say? 50 some? I'm gonna move this over here so y'all can see. And then let me go back and find the exact charges. There's 3 of them. I think it's 62. Marquavius Huey, Diamante Kendrick, counts 1 and 2. Shannon Stillwell, 1, 2, 59, 50, 51, 52, 54. And then let me see. All right, here we go. So they said for Diamante Kendrick, we've got number 1, obviously, which is the RICO, and then count 2 of the original indictment. And this got updated, but we'll look at it anyway. Count 1, everybody's in this one, right? Grand jurors aforesaid. And here's everybody who's underneath that one. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is a RICO, right? And we already went through this. Here's the conspiracy laid out, all that. The enterprise, YSL. Here's the history. It's interesting, though, because this history, the way they have it in this indictment, isn't the same thing that Mr. Atkins said. He said things a little bit differently and painted a different picture. They have identifiers, obviously, slat, slime, blood, YSL, located on Cleveland Avenue. All right, and here are some of the acts or overt acts in here. Shannon Stillwell, we've got possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute in violation of Georgia law pursuant 16-1330, and that's a felony. Where else do we have him in here? We had Young Thug in here, Trontavious Stevens, Jeffrey Wynn. This is crazy. All right, we've got Shannon Stillwell in here. Associates of YSL did unlawfully and with malice aforethought commit the felony offense of murder. Wow. By causing the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., a human being, by shooting Donovan Thomas Jr. with a firearm in violation of Georgia law pursuant to 16-5-1. Now, the example that Mr. Atkins tries to use here is something actually someone close to me went through. Someone very close to me went through. And the example he used was them robbing a bank. Well, if you're robbing a bank and you're the person who drives the getaway car, you're going to be held responsible, or just as responsible as the person who actually went in, held the gun to the teller's face and said, "Give me all the money." Same thing. And that's what he was trying to say here when he used this example. So, all right, Shannon might not have shot him, but he was definitely there, and he was a part of YSL. And he's like, yeah, they got him. Which is lame. Here we go. We got Diamante Kendrick in here as well. He did unlawfully and with malice aforethought and with the intent to kill commit the felony offense of attempted murder upon the persons of Reginald Hendricks by shooting Reginald Hendricks with firearm in violation of, pretty much every moral code and law out there, right? Shannon Stillwell, associates of YSL, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought and with the intent to kill commit the felony offense of attempted murder. And they mentioned this. Him and Yak were in on this one. Cordarius Sanders, by shooting Cordarius Sanders with a firearm. Dang. We got Shannon Stillwell and Gotti again. They were shooters, man. Participation in criminal street gang activity. I think this is the one that Slow Breeze was talking about. While associated with the criminal street gang, to wit, YSL participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of at least one of the offenses enumerated in paragraph 1. Okay, and we read that before. Murder and attempted murder, which were mentioned here earlier, right? So they're just laying it all out for us. What else do we get? Young Thug's in here. We got Young Thug and Demikian Garlington. Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick. We saw this picture earlier. Associates of YSL did pose for a photo released on social media flashing YSL gang hand signs, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Yep. So we're all done with this because we're gonna be in big trouble. Thanks a lot, Sean P. Let me see what else y'all are saying before I keep going with this. Yep, Shane Shepard said, yep, it makes you just as guilty. Absolutely. Absolutely. Amy said, don't criminal street gangs wear identifying colors? Asking for a friend? Yeah, they do, but they were a hybrid game. You gotta they were a hybrid gang. You gotta remember. So they were wearing red, blue, rainbows. It's crazy. But yeah, you got Miss Love and Miss Hilton and I don't know the other lady. I forgot her name. Up there dripping in blood. That's all right. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them. Also, we have, what else do we have in here? Nope, that's not any one of them. And I wanted to find this updated indictment too. And see if I could find it. And I don't know. Judge Whitaker says they're going to be back in 5 minutes, but we'll have to see. We've got, what else did they have them on? What else did they do? That's Antonio Sledge. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, probably. Dumb. Antonio Sledge still pisses me off. Like, he had a way out. Man. Anyway, Shannon Stillwell, an associate of YSL, did commit the felony offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Here we go. In violation of Georgia law, by possessing a firearm, to wit, a handgun, after having been convicted of a felony in indictment such and such in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, for the offenses of participation in criminal street gang activity and burglary on the 27th of May 2010. I wonder how old he is. Do y'all know how old Shannon is? I know Yak just turned 32. Seems like Shannon's probably the same age. He is 31. Oh, he's got a... When's his birthday? All these guys are about the same age. Yeah, she's talking about the state dripping in blood. His birthday is sometime in December. So he's got a birthday coming up next month. I don't think his birthday is known, actually. Does anybody know when his birthday is? I can't find it. Interesting. He also had possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute on the 19th day of September 13th. It's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. This isn't an overt act. What? How's that an overt act if he wasn't a part of YSL then? That's weird that they put that way. Diamante Kendrick, associate at YSL, did commit a felony offense of conspiracy to commit murder again by driving to the territory of a rival gang with the intent to cause the death of another human being in retaliation for a prior shooting by the rival gang while armed with an AK-47 assault rifle and a .40 caliber handgun. Can't do that. Theft by receiving. This is the easiest one right here. You can't be having a stolen gun. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Diamante Kendrick. Participation in criminal street gang activity. Conspiracy to commit murder. Oh man. What else did these guys do? And we just heard it talked about, but can it be proven? No. We got Young Thug in here as well. Antonio Sumlin. Rodalius Ryan. Nope. Yeah, it seems like we have guns, attempted murder, and possession of a firearm. Now, some of this Judge Whitaker said, like, I'm not going to let go through. And I'm trying to find exactly which ones, because I don't want to tell y'all the wrong numbers. Let me see if I can find it. Y'all give me a second. Here we go. So it was count. Here we go. Let's see. So Judge Whitaker granted the motion for 52, 64, and 61. Okay. Shannon Stillwell, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. So they'll get a lesser charge on that one. Yak Gotti, count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Get a lesser charge for that. Shannon Stillwell, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. And then what she didn't, let me see. Okay, so I take that back. That's what she partially granted for. And then she did grant a directed verdict for 59, 60, and 62. So 59 was violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. So directed verdict for that one. Count 60, violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act. She granted a directed verdict for that. And then count 62, possession of a machine gun. And that was for Yak Gotti on the drugs, and Yak Gotti on the drugs again. So then for Yak Gotti, it's still obviously RICO. And it's looking like she partially granted for 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony for him. So interesting. Man, I wish we got to see this form. It'll be interesting to see how this is written up for the jury. And I don't know that that's something that's going to be publicly available, because it's interesting. The partial ones she granted for a directed verdict, those are the main ones we're thinking he could be found guilty on. Tamara's in here, says, will the jurors be able to expand the screen on the video for the drinks murder in order to get a closer view? It shows more clearly that Shannon had nothing to do with it. Yeah, if they need to. They can ask, but if they say, oh, well, we really can't zoom in. I mean, what they see in court is what they see. Amy says, I think the Department of Justice investigation and the public eye on it will outweigh everything else. They care more about that than the stupid RICO charge. And Fanny's already gotten several wins, right? Young Thug got a felony. Several of these guys pled guilty, so I'm with you on that. The state dressed like the old Pizza Hut commercial. Dang, man. It's a good thing the guns was stolen. Filling out a federal background check form and denying weed usage is big trouble. Unless you're Hunter Biden. Oh, am I allowed to say that on YouTube? Hey, man. I got to read these comments before I put them on the screen. Lily says, this has been the worst investigation in the history of Georgia. So much money has been spent and stolen by the state. It makes me look at them negatively. Where is Thug's watch? Probably in Mexico somewhere by now. Michi says, did Fannie really win though? Her office sees it as a win. Victims and families don't. Well, yeah, I mean, I got to be careful how I say this. A lot of people think some of the folks, I'm trying to think how to say this. A lot of people think that the real criminals got immunity, and I'm going to leave it at that. So for Fannie, I mean, she just cares about cleaning up the streets, and she thinks that by doing this, she's helping clean up the streets, right? Allegedly. So the victims and the families, she says she's worried about them, but if you give immunity to certain folks and then you give plea deals to, that's what Lily says. What was this BS about the length of the trial and his weak explanation? Yeah, him talking about, I wanted to run a marathon, you know, and it was tough on me, but I told myself I'm gonna do it. I don't know what he's talking about. He basically told the jurors they had to suck it up. Easy for him to say if he was getting a full paycheck this whole time, and he willingly went and ran that marathon. The jurors don't have a choice. Well, you do have a choice. It's either that or get a warrant put out for your arrest. So Amy says, I know where the watch is. Did y'all see Fannie testifying to her money spending? Yikes. Oh man, Bayou says you forgot to say strike that. Yeah, strike that. It's not, we're in 4K, so it's kind of hard to strike that, but you know what I'm saying. Aja says, I don't think she wanted felonies. She wanted jail time. Well, I mean, they got Monktunk back in there, and we all saw this coming. Oh man, we saw that coming with Monktunk. I mean, I hated that it happened that way, but good Lord, man. Monktunk he just made his life so much more difficult. But it wasn't completely his fault. His lawyer, Derek, over there, is absolutely garbage and did not help him at all. It looks like we're getting some more movement back in here in the courtroom. So they might actually be back soon. Does Donovan Thomas and Drink's family think this is a win? Not at all. Well, it's not about them. It's in the hand of the laws now. In the hands of the law. And Ramona agrees with Amy, says all pleas should be renegotiated based on the Department of Justice's findings. What he meant was he wanted to walk in the parade. Oh man, that's crazy. It's been stricken. Thank you so much, Asia. She paid for Wade to go on trips and paid all cash. She said, bring that watch to my office. Let me see that thing. Mr. Vegas says, I agree. Fannie wants jail. She wants everyone to have 40 plus years. Well, I'm not an expert, but I don't foresee these guys getting any jail time. Let's be real. The only person who's really gotten jail time was Monktunk, and that's because he messed up his probation. Well, I should say him and his lawyer messed up his probation. He said, I think I missed part of your comment. I might have missed the earlier part of your comment, JB. Shout out to the mom. Shout out to the mama. Hopefully I said that right. She says, I'm a 78-year-old grandmother. I know gangs and rap existed. I started watching when Jeffrey's lawyer was held in contempt. I don't believe the state proved their case. Oh man, you didn't finish the whole comment thing. Most are gonna serve the most time. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? All right, y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. And we'll hopefully be back soon. All right, so it looks like we're not quite back yet. Let me see. Shout out to everybody who's still in here too. Appreciate y'all. We're gonna get the defense up in here next. Let me double check and see. We're not really on a delay. They were supposed to be back 15 minutes ago. Y'all know Fulton County be Fulton County. Let me double check and see. Still not there. I just want to check and make sure we're not missing it, because y'all know sometimes this law and crime feed doesn't act right. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay, we should be almost there. Let me read a couple more of y'all's comments and see what you're talking about. Lily says, Amy, I believe Fannie Willis has already sold the watch and divided the commissions evenly among everyone involved. She paid off all the investigators and every single person who testified. That's risky, man. All it takes is one person. Hilton loves Fannie's. This one always gets me. The sorry, late to the party, red suits and red ties, and Fannie wore a red dress on her day in court. Definitely 100% an organized gang. I agree. It's not a great look. It's not a great look at all. Tyron Carter says, imagine organizing a witch hunt using fancy jargon, taxpayer money, and little to no evidence.
Right. And so what we have ultimately is that there is no evidence, none.
Only to potentially incarcerate someone who breached a plea agreement. Free Monktonk. Yeah, he's done. Monktonk was cooked. He just had a bad lawyer, signed a bad deal. Unfortunately. That's tough. Shout out to Toya, showing some love. Says appreciate you, sir. Great coverage. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank y'all for being here, being active, liking the video, all that good stuff. I wish they would go ahead and come back, because I really want to hear these closing arguments for the defense. Let's start another poll in here. Let's see, who do y'all think is going to go first? I have an idea, but let's see who y'all think is going to go first. So I asked you all, what will the verdict be? And it looks like 89% of you said not guilty. Interesting. All right, now I want to see who's going to go first for the defense. Y'all are saying Doug, some of you. Doug Weinstein or Max Sharp. I don't know if Max can sit there for that long. He looked like he's about ready to go. All right, so I dropped that in there. Thank you to everybody who voted too. I don't think Max can sit there for another 2 hours. Also, I don't think Doug is going to be up there for 2 hours either, or 2.5 hours. Who said Kayla, man? Letitia, we're gonna call her Letitia Petty up here. Says Kayla, if you don't get out of here, Letitia, don't do that. Beverly says Doug. We got Doug in here. Fatima says Sharp. Dougie Fresh in autumn. We still have to hear Hilton Hillard. She's not going to go until after the defense goes. She'll be the last one we hear speak. Y'all are saying Doug, then Max off the 4. I see you. Rice Street said Miss Bumpus Stillwell Jackson. If you're nasty. Y'all gotta stop saying this stuff because I read it. Hey, congratulations to the new couple. You've seen enough of Kayla. You know it's just gonna be Bumpus. All right, so Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Bumpus out there. Max definitely closing, maybe. I wish I would have clipped that. I tried to clip it, but I couldn't get the sound effect to work right. Let me see if I have it somewhere. Where is it? Y'all remember that lady that was on the stand, and she was a investigator, and she was talking about how they definitely, maybe, probably did those crimes. Where is that? Dang, I don't think I saved that sound effect. That's kind of disappointing. Breaking news. Let's see. Okay. I don't think I saved it. I'm so disappointed in myself. That was a good one too. I just never put it on the soundboard. He said you probably, definitely, maybe committed those crimes. Is this the one? Let me see if y'all can hear it. This might be it. I gotta play it for Slow Breeze. Put the amazing reference there. Oh, no, that's probably Mr. Adams, actually.
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
There it is.
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
I should have put that on the soundboard, but I never got around to it. She said it's obvious. What did she say?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
Y'all, somebody said that in court. It's obvious that you may be involved in that crime. What is wrong with that? Golly. Who was the witness that said, but what that got to do with me? Oh, I didn't hear that one. I might have missed that. Y'all are saying Doug will cook, Max will plate. Amy said Detective Viverito's gonna, oh God. Sean P says you can't let her go last behind them destroying the murderers. Ooh. If Doug doesn't use all his time, will his time remaining be added to Max's time? That's a good question, Tamara. I don't. Maybe? I don't know. Kel Bell is in here, so Kel Bell will know. She says, I'm so flipping excited to hear Max and Doug. Yeah, me too. It's gonna be good. And they're still not back yet. Of course, 30 minutes late. Why is she last? That's just what Judge Whitaker decided. Or it could be how that normally goes. I don't know. Y'all asking the wrong one. I'm not a lawyer. Nana Banana says, Doug, please bring up the missing watch. I don't think he will. Unfortunately, I think you might be disappointed on that, Nana Banana. Tyron Carter said the one from the first 48. Whatever happened with Cece? Oh, I want to see the article about Cece. Where is Cece at, by the way? She was supposed to stop back by the show. Gonna be a bad look for Hilton. She might be able to recover, though. Lily says, I have a feeling that some of the jurors have seen the dirty tactics of the state on social media. This will help with not guilty verdict. State has a burden of proof. Amy says, I think something might be said about the watch. I don't know. Definitely going to bring up the third car, though. That's for sure. So it's obviously that you maybe were involved in that crime. I should have added that to the soundboard. Yes, both sides have equal time under RICO. Thank you, Stephen G. I appreciate you for answering that. Oh, we had somebody else walk by. Let's see, are we back yet? Are we back yet? Let me check a couple other places just to make sure. Oh, somebody walked by again. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything yet. Yeah, lead attorney. So we got some head. Get some head up in here. Man, that person is running laps around the courtroom. They walked by about 11 times. They said Gator had COVID. That's why she was breathing like that. Man.
Stop the cap.
Now, we seen her. Detective Gaither was out of shape. Or former Detective Gaither, I should say. Retired, former. Hilton going to bring up the subliminals and hypotheticals. She loves those. The watch has nothing to do with them. It's not theirs. They're just trying to discredit the witness. Yeah, I agree, Aphis. It doesn't make sense to bring up the watch again. It doesn't help their case at all. Unless Doug is still trying to take shots at the gun charges, which it doesn't seem necessary at this point, because his point in bringing that up was they had all this body cam footage and no one saw Yak Gotti in the house. So how are they going to get him on this gun charge? That's the only way I could see it. Where would we be if Glanville was there? Oh my gosh. Thankfully, it wouldn't be up to Glanville. Thank God. Kel Bell says, normally, no, they won't share time, but judges are all different. So obviously, maybe with... This is why Kel Bell is amazing. Shout out to the honorable Kel Bell. Kel Bell gets it. I'm really sad I didn't put that on my soundboard. I might have to add that now. I'm gonna keep it over here on the side in case we need to use it.
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. We're back in court. All right, let's see. Let's skip ahead to the live feed then.
They call evidence.
Oh, look at Max up there.
Banging.
Here we go. And thank you, Tamara, for the 2-bomb. Thank you. So I'm gonna run this back a little bit. Hold on. And thank you, Paint and Sound. I appreciate you. So let's see. What did y'all vote? Were y'all right? Nope. Max is going first.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sharp, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I didn't think Doug was going to go first either.
Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. Banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg
does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating the Georgia, conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015 shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022 shot and killed Shamel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Shard, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And, while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote-unquote expert witnesses, or specifically the gang investigators that they have called. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4.
He about to get him.
They've called, as you probably recall,
witnesses were trash.
A gentleman named Belknap, Investigator Underwood, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Gaither, and Investigator Viverito.
Big burrito.
Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote-unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction, 130-130, about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness, and you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about their training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember? And we ask about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip-hop, anyone from the hip-hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses, experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang-related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. Mm-hmm. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, or another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything.
He's right.
What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me?
He's cooking them all at once. God dang. Take it easy on him, Max.
Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be. The expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second. You're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV?
Well, not VV again.
Remember this? Miss Kokomo, that's not 471 VV.
Come on, Mr. Kokomo.
And actually, could you put up 471 VVA first? Okay, we saw that video. But first, actually, VV.
Come on, Mr. Kokomo.
Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us. Not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember? This came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Chamel Drinks. I run with... What you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers. Blooded killers. And that's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing. And it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Could you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. Mm-hmm. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols. Words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence.
Dang.
And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit?
Well, dang. Headshots today, Max.
.530 VV, this was the affidavit. Remember we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in, about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am. I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, She doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that.
Dang.
When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang.
Yo, Max, come on, man.
All right.
Come on, Max. Go
Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Atkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially, the way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on two different aspects as relates to the case against Shannon Stillwell, this RICO case, count one. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around. Knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7. That someone committed, or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy.
Didn't prove that.
So, thank you, Mr. Baker. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes. Just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slap. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization.
Alleged RICO organization. Let's
heard
be clear.
From different young men And again, we heard from them in the year 2024. Talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living. And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slap. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cap. We saw those videos, and I'm watching all these videos, and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show, like, bad kids, or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals? Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then they played this video, and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up, but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Phipps Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high-priced sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that.
I've never even heard of that.
Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman the sleeves are all nasty. And the thing comes down to like his navel. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him. Picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Checking out here.
Hold on, look. My partner say the man stole his swag. No.
Hey, Jay, how you say he do it?
Hold on. Let me wind it out.
Hey, Papa, get on the nigga.
Hold on. My nigga, Lil Jeff say he the king of white swagging, right? Stand on one time. Let's just let these folks see what you're doing now.
Rocked out right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide. I would run. I would stay inside. I'd be ashamed. I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it.
He turns it around. Nah, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner. Next second it's up the street. And then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing. Many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote-unquote gang that they're saying exists? You know, Detective Belknap, the first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? This group of young men, many of whom are musicians, many of whom have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure.
no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You a square? You're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one's sending anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive. The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case.
It's true.
So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shamal Drinks, that's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shamal Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay. He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat. He uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out game. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The Game.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that, but it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization.
It's true.
Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele.
Uh-oh, not Braun.
Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron
Come on,
that
Max.
he's now a hybrid gang member?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts.
I
Who's
love
going to
it.
tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warm-ups?
Yes.
Does that make any sense?
No.
Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not.
Amazing.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts, that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So, what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like, we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jeffrey says slat in his song or slime in his song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging, about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley. A person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive. And turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you, on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? They look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise?
It's isolated acts.
Right, and so what we have ultimately...
They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man.
He said, man.
We have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event. Horrible. Complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock. 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. It's listed as an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell?
Nope.
What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined.
Mm-hmm.
We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get down, boy! And he has a gun. And he gets into it, the officer, and shoots. And runs. And then another officer shoots at him, and he shoots back, and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there, no one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free, completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested, somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined?
Nope.
Doesn't make any sense.
Miss Love shaking her head too. Like, yeah, that's dumb. I don't know why we put that in here.
In review of count 1, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell
in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens and Quamarvius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee. He wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted.
Right.
And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count 1 must be not guilty. Let's talk about count 2. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21.
Y'all are going to kill me, but I got to end the live stream. I got to end it here. I'm going to have to review the rest of this tomorrow. I don't think they'll be done today, but I have an appointment at 2 o'clock that I cannot miss. And I was hoping Max would make it through. But I'm going to end it before count 2. And we'll get to that because I'm going to cover this either way. I know y'all are going to probably watch the rest of it, but make sure if y'all haven't yet, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time I drop some of the clips from this amazing closing argument from Max. And then we'll be dropping more clips on tomorrow too. I want to read some of these super chats and then I'll let y'all get out of here. Thank you so much. Shout out to Madison Mum in here. Drop the 10 button, says a small token. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. We got Stephen G, my guy in here, dropping the 3 bomb. Thank you so much. And shout out to Samantha Crumbly. Says ClassE and Amy, great trial coverage, music and news. Both your channels are complement each other. I'm hooked. Thank you so much, Samantha. I appreciate y'all. Make sure you like the video on your way out. And again, we'll be covering all of this on tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. Y'all know what to do. Have a great rest of your day. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time we go live. And as always, keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace, y'all.